say we're about to go. What began as just an idea on paper has grown into an event that has grown well past the imagination of all who've been involved in it. Tonight we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Kansas Shrine Bowl. And greetings, folks, alongside Kansas Shrine Bowl Hall of Famer Stan Weber. I'm Mark Ewing. Welcome to Hayes. Folks in Hayes are always welcoming. This game has certainly evolved over the years. It's been in 11 different cities, 10 different stadiums, but the game's purpose still has stayed the same.
Well, no doubt about it. Football players going to kick off the season. Can't believe it's a 50th anniversary of this game. But these strong legs run. High school seniors getting ready to go to college so weak legs can walk. That's Shriners kids. All this money goes back to help those kids become more healthy. Unbelievable cause. Great football.
Well, I've been involved in the game for this, my 23rd game. We're excited to Stan, and Stan's been involved in it longer. If you ask me about a single memory, it would be really hard to pick one thing. I think the fact that they put such a high level of game together in such a short time has always been the amazing thing for me. How about for you? What stands out for you in all your years here?
Well, I have to say, in 37 years of broadcasting the game and all these times I've been able to do it with you, there's tons of great memories. But you're a football player deep down the heart. I remember the hottest summer ever in 1980, and we were playing in the East-West Shrine game in KU's Memorial Stadium, burning hot, 1 o'clock kickoff, and actually I scored a touchdown, got hit in the chest, in the belly. I couldn't breathe. I was so happy and so hurt for a few minutes. You can't forget those football memories.
You're one of the originals in the Kansas Shrine Bowl, and those, in fact, who are here are being honored as alumni. A lot of celebration about the 50th year of the Kansas Shrine Bowl, but it all starts with practice. You got to get kids into practice. You got to get them on both teams, and there's a lot to do in a quick hurry. So let's step inside the camp. Let's listen in. The East camp was in Ottawa, the West camp right out here in Hayes. Let's listen in.
There we go. Now we're starting to get it.
Let's go. Talk. Get lined up.
Good! Hey, good read!
All right, tailbacker and back up to 10 yards. You are the safety in case they pick up the ball and they run the other way.
Throw it. Okay. All right. You got the play side backer. Okay, so you got the play side inside backer on your side.
Okay, not bad.
if he's motioning and then you're running rebel with him and you're reading.
Same thing.
Yep, reading the same thing. Okay. Hey, today was a little hard on your bodies, right? Okay, we had 3 practices. Okay, we were out in the sun. We got our special teams work in. Think about this. We're over halfway, right? So, like, we're on the downside of practices. You guys have been awesome, all right? We haven't had one issue in the dorms. You know, when you get selected for this thing, it's a lot of times yes, it's your athletic ability, but it's also your character, all right? And I've seen that on display the whole way this week. Get a breakdown. We'll see you in the morning, all right?
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights. It's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
When sports injuries occur, the experts at Stormont Vale Health provide vital services to ensure a healthy recovery. From screening and evaluations to treatment and rehabilitation, Stormont Vale helps athletes with
getting back on the pitch,
getting back to personal records,
getting back in the set,
getting back on the court,
getting you back on the field.
Stormont Vale, getting you back in the game.
Watch me. Watch me shine with every snap. Born to move fans, to cheer and clap. 2 different legs, that's how I play. One built from science to help me on the day. Between these lines, I'm all heart and muscle. Don't stare too long, you'll miss the hustle. Watch me. Pioneers in prosthetic technology at Shriners Hospitals for Children. The most amazing care anywhere.
Hey, welcome back to the Kansas Shrine Bowl pregame show. We're getting ready for East versus West for the 50th time here in Hays, Kansas. But one thing about this event, there's several events that are tied in. It's not just a football game. It starts with, boy, you got to get here. I can only imagine that the nerves settle in and, hey, you don't know these guys and you've heard about them. It's really an introduction of sorts.
These teams play as teams, but they start as a bunch of all-star individuals. So the first time they meet each other, it's all new, and we get a week later and they're ready to play together. These events really bring them together.
We showed how the East team practiced in Ottawa. Once they get here, guess what? They get to be served to a picnic. The East team and the West team, along with band members and cheerleaders, get together. Nothing more friendly than a nice little picnic.
The Shriners are so great, and they love feeding the players. It was so much fun when I was the player to have the event, and now they include so many other people. You see the band members, cheerleaders, everyone seems to be involved.
And with the temperatures, last week in the hundreds, we were very fortunate last night. Now we got a storm that ran through here, but everybody was anxious to take a dip in the pool. Time to cool off indeed.
Especially after you practice so hard. Nothing better than diving into a pool or going down a lazy river.
Then the golf tournament. This is the Kansas Shrine Bowl golf tournament. It's held at the Fort, which is the Fort Hays Municipal Golf Course. That was held on yesterday, the 14th. The 4-person scramble format included whole prizes, additional fundraising games, and opportunities available on tournament day. And I'm sure a few good stories were told along the way, Stan.
Yes, some good putting. The course in great shape. A beautiful day to play golf.
Held at the facility of 43rd Street in the city of Hays. This is the Next Tech Wireless Community Kickoff. It provided the opportunity for members of the community to say hello to one another and welcome the game and its fans to the city. What a nice turnout just to say hello, Stan.
5th time we've had this game in Hays, and the red carpet is out.
held at Fort Hays State University. This is the banquet. It was held on last night. The dinner buffet included a meet and greet with patient ambassadors, a Shrine Bowl birthday carnival, the introduction, and this is the hospital visit. It used to be in St. Louis, but in 2011, the Shrine Bowl brought the hospital back to Kansas. Patients and their families traveled to Hays, and this is really the heart of what's going on this week.
The best engagement the players get a chance to encounter is the fact that they get to be with these kids.
Now here's the birthday banquet that I mentioned earlier. It's really a Shrine Bowl birthday carnival. Introduction of participants, participant presentation awards. 1,200 were in attendance. In fact, it was sold out. And in addition to the dinners, they played some games outside with the kids, their parents, the players, and being sell out. Keynote speaker, by the way, Chase native, former K-State Wildcat, Paul Kaufman was among those involved.
Always a lot of fun for these players, and then they know next day, man, it's almost time to get to play the game.
And as we got closer to this and got through this, watch this, this young lady was going to put this guy in the tank. Well done, strike, and you are out. But that happening outside of what the banquet. And then staged this morning, there's the cheerleaders getting involved there. As everybody got introduced, and then the Shrine Bowl patients, there's 20 of those ambassadors that are on hand.
It's so nice that they come travel out to the side of the Shrine Bowl to meet the players. It used to be the players had to fly to St. Louis to go meet them, and this is just a great way for everyone to get together.
And a nice sit down. Now here's your parade. Stage
Shriners like parades, boy.
Well, you bet they do. Featuring the famous and infamous Shrine units, parade units from across Kansas, all-star football teams, Kansas Masonic All-State High School Marching Band. And guess who the Grand Marshal was? Barry Sanders, former Shrine Bowl All-Star, and that sure was a lot of fun. Boy, they welcomed him with open arms, did the city of Hays.
1988 Heisman Trophy winner from Wichita North High School. It's great to have him here tonight.
That started at 10 o'clock in the morning, extended from 17th and Main to 4th and Main with a post-parade pep rally and autograph signing in Hays Municipal Park. The band got to play, and then the kids in Hays got to get some autographs. And this was presented by the Russell Regional Hospital, and boy, what a thrill. I bet these high school kids, maybe their first autograph they've ever signed.
Yeah, it's amazing. When strong legs run so weak legs can walk, you think we're actually able to help somebody, and then they want our autograph too. It's different for a high school kid, I'll tell you.
Kansas Shrine Bowl alumni kickoff reunion. This is Stan's one of these guys that's an alumni. The Fort Tavern and Patio, host site for everything. Axe throwing, in fact, duck bowling, virtual reality, arcade games, beer wall, so much more. Idea was to reconnect and build lasting partnerships and with the players and coaches. Boy, so many have made this Kansas Shrine Bowl what it is today.
Yeah, 50th anniversary. So great that they got everybody together. I was over there. It was fun to see people. The first person I ran into was the MVP of the first game in 1974, played in KU from Cape and Mount Carmel. And I said, whoa, when I played at KU, I was the MVP. I'm from Wichita, and then met so many other people. The memories are awesome. I cannot believe we're celebrating the 50th year of the Kansas Shrine Bowl.
When we come back, in fact, we're going to share with you the Hall of Fame inductions of Barry Sanders. That's still ahead, but we got more to talk about when the Kansas Shrine Bowl pregame show continues right after this.
At CDL Group of Companies, we're dedicated to providing exceptional services that power and enhance your life. From electric to HVAC, plumbing to signs, solar to generators, we've got you covered. Our team of experts is equipped with the knowledge and experience to handle any project, big or small. Whether it's transforming your living space, improving your business, or enhancing your energy efficiency, CDL is here to make it happen.
With Farmers Auto multi-policy discount, the more policies you have with us, the more you could save on your auto insurance.
Hey, hon.
Hi, honey.
Like what?
Well, you'd get a discount for insuring your jet skis and boat. RV, life, home, and more. You can save up to 45%.
That's a whole lot of discounts.
Well, we offer coverage for a whole lot of things, and you can save a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks.
What's up, Dad?
17-car garage you got there?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Watch me. Watch me tumble, jump, and soar. When our squad is on point, we own the floor. Dazzling stunts and dances are my jam. Pain once caused issues, but they had a plan. A life-changing brace with no surgery to fear. Activity without limits, one more reason to cheer. Watch me. Industry-leading scoliosis treatment at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Mike Rozier in 1983, and our next
State on the campus of Fort Hays State. East getting set to take on West, and a big moment is coming up. They are introducing some and mentions several former NFL players who played in the game, including Gary Spaney, Russ Riederer, Mark Simoneau, Paul Kaufman, Terrence Newman, and many, many others. And they're about to make an introduction of Dale Burkholder, who's about to get inducted into the Hall of Fame along with Barry Sanders. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to take you onto the field for those Hall of Fame inductions. And tonight, of course, they are very excited to induct two Kansas legends into the Kansas Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame. Let's listen in and see what we can pick up.
Our final inductee is 1986 West All-Star Barry Sanders. A Wichita native, Sanders played under Coach Burkholder at Wichita North in 1986. In just 7 games at running back, Sanders amassed over 1,400 yards and 17 touchdowns, averaging more than 10 yards per carry in his senior season. Sanders went on to Oklahoma State, where in 1988, as a junior, Sanders had one of the greatest single offensive seasons in college football history. He set 36 NCAA records, rushing for 2,628 yards and 39 touchdowns in only 11 games. The performance earned Sanders the 1988 Heisman Trophy. He was selected 3rd overall by the Detroit Lions in 1988. In 10 seasons, Sanders became an NFL legend and still holds several league records. Barry was inducted to both the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the College Football Hall of Fame in 2004. In 2020, he was named to the NFL All-Time Team as one of its greatest 100 players and is number 9 on college football's 150 greatest players. And tonight, we induct him into the Kansas Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, 2023 Kansas Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame inductee, Barry Sanders.
Thank you. That was such an awesome introduction, and it's been such an amazing day. It brings back so many wonderful memories. Many of them started with this man, Coach Burkholder, who was my high school coach, and I'm forever indebted for. So I'm so grateful to see him honored in this way. And I really cherished being a Shrine Bowl participant. I watched the game growing up. I felt like I was fortunate to be picked to play in the game. And this is such a fantastic atmosphere. I can't believe it's been so many years since I participated in it, but I look back with such fond memories of being able to join and participate in this. Thanks again. It's been a tremendous day, and I'll remember this forever. Thank you.
So the inductions have taken place. Let me mention that I cut off Dale Burkholder just a little bit. He coached at different high school programs, coached 5, in fact, in Kansas into the postseason, was an assistant coach on the East in 93 and East head coach in 1994. And Stan, there's so many things you can say about Barry Sanders, but the greatest thing about him, it's still hard for me to believe that he set 36 NCAA records while playing for Oklahoma State. That's just incredible indeed.
Oh, it really was, and it was an honor to be able to broadcast his games. And I remember that 1988 season where if he didn't get 200 yards in a game, you were surprised. Now, are you kidding me?
Sure.
But then you think about it, and he gained 10 yards a carry in high school. They didn't give him the ball as much as they did at Oklahoma State with the coaching that he had there with Pat Jones. But George Wallstead was a recruiter that recruited me to go to K-State. He's the same guy that recruited Wichita and ended up recruiting Barry Sanders to Oklahoma State. He'd moved from K-State as an assistant to Oklahoma State, the same guy that recruited each of us, but he had a little bit better career. But it seemed great when I met Barry to say, hey, remember George Wallstead recruiting us? And we had something in common right away.
All right, so next up on our pregame show, the Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band Color Guard presenting our nation's colors. The Color Guard is comprised of members from Girard High School and is under the direction of Miss Jalen Dostal. So that taking place at the moment. And what you're seeing is fans kind of settle in here. By the way, the east side fans across the way, but the west side fans indeed are sold out. So the sideline that is closest to us, the press box side, is there. And we're going to listen in the national anthem when they get set to tune up.
Yeah, and it's great. You see in the lower part of your screen the introduction of all the players who are going to participate today. Just under 40 players per team are all-stars tonight from the West and East.
All right, they are terrific players, but also terrific citizens. So let's listen in and go to the field for our national anthem. Again, this is the Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band. They got here about 4 days ago, and this is just one of their presentations.
Without first asking for the blessing of God, please join me in an attitude of prayer. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we pause in prayer on this special occasion to offer our thanks and appreciation to you and the many assembled here this evening. We extend our special thanks and appreciation to these young participants and coaches who have, for the past several days, been laboring and preparing for tonight's friendly battle. Our thanks also to the parents and many hundreds of others who have contributed of their time, efforts, and money toward this great cause. We pray for and ask thy blessing upon the many young people who are occupying beds in our 22 shrine hospitals, and for those who may soon be entering. We pray for the great work of the doctors and nurses and parents who care for these youngsters. We pray that this game will be free from injuries and that this Kansas Shrine Bowl will be remembered with great pride, pleasure, and satisfaction. And all the real winners in this competition will be those unfortunate youngsters who will benefit from the efforts put forth by everyone here. We ask thy blessing on this event. In thy name we pray. Amen.
Masonic All-Star Band would like to honor America with a piece called Ceremony of Allegiance. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution for the United States of America. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the perfection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. Remove your hats, face the flag at the north end of Lewis Field, and join in singing as the Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band performs our national anthem, directed by Director of FHSU Bands, Dr. Peter Lilpau. Ladies and gentlemen, the Star Spangled Banner.
The Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band with their national anthem, 185 members strong. They arrived 4 days ago, and they faced the challenge like our all-star football teams of not only putting a playbook together, but putting a song together, and they did a terrific job. They performed at the banquet this morning. They performed at the parade this morning, the banquet last night, and will perform it again at halftime, so an impressive thing indeed. Next up for us, and by the way, the colors were presented, if I didn't mention, the Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band color guard. I did mention that they were from Girard. So next up is the coin toss. The first half referee and the coordinator of officials for the Kansas Shrine Bowl is Gary Davis. The Shrine Bowl officiating crew is actually 15 strong. They'll have 7.5, and then there's a media coordinator that is working with us. But really the focus of the coin toss is something that they added a few years ago. And again, Stan and I have talked about how this game has evolved a little bit. The fact that they have a special hospital guest. Her name is Elizabeth Coates. Elizabeth Coates is from Palco, Kansas. And while they were playing the national anthem, I saw that her crew was working her wheelchair toward the middle of the field. There were 20 patient ambassadors who shared stories and activities with over 450 participants over 3 sessions in about 10 hours this week. So this Shrine Bowl Club, and there she is. She's Elizabeth Coates. But her story very similar to a number of Shrine Bowl ambassadors. The hospital care is free, and it's raised by events like this one. And the fact that 3.3 million, Stan, has gone into this for folks like Elizabeth Coates, and the fact that the money stays home to a Kansan, all part of the ingredients of the Kansas Shrine Bowl. So she's getting a warm welcome as she makes her way to midfield.
Well, the courage that these young kids have to take the medicine and the work that is done with them and apply it is just incredible. And that's what the players learn, like little things that they do. Like that walk that she had is harder to do. You have to have more mental toughness to say, I can do this.
And look at
everything's going to work with that smile.
Yeah.
Than those football players playing all day long. And that's what you learn. There are 22 Shriners hospitals all around the country, and it's amazing with cost raising like they are, medical care being so expensive, there's no charge to these kids or their families for them to get what they need. And it's amazing the stuff that they come up with.
You bet.
Arms and leg components and things that help them function at a higher level. It's been great to meet these kids. And it's also a lot of fun. We've been doing it so many years together that sometimes we see these Shrine kids remembering when we did the game and then go, oh, wow, they're 15 years older, 10 years older now. Everything's going well.
All right, these captains are they're dressed in their white, they're trimmed in red. There's the coin toss. Mason McGavin from Olathe West, Ethan Burgess from Rock Creek, Ty Weber from Washington High School, Landon Boss from Osage City to the east side, and West captains are Will Ancio from Cape Mount Carmel, Keenan Sharks, Grady Seifert from Beloit, Riley Marks from Andale.
The West is wearing their traditional green jerseys and white pants. They wear their high school helmet now. The Shrine Bowl does not give them a helmet. West wins the toss, will receive, but the East, for the first time in 50 years, Mark, will be wearing all white.
Well,
they've worn all red. They've worn red over white. This is the first time ever they've worn all white in the 50th game.
So the West wins the toss. They will receive the kickoff. This is a north-south field. As you see it on your screen, north is to the left and the south is to the right side. And now they get to play. After all the practices, all the pre-games, the picnics, the golf events, all the things you've seen, now they gather in their respective huddles, and we're about to replay football. The East team's roster includes no less than 7 athletes who played at least some quarterback for their respective high school. That includes at least 5 athletes who served as their team's punter. The idea for the East, though, would be to keep the punter on the sideline and keep the chain gang on the move. Meanwhile, for the West squad, the West team looks to continue its current winning streak against the East with the usual formula of size and strength. There's a quartet of future Fort Hays State Tiger football players and 1 track athlete to be on the roster. Part of the roster includes 3 athletes who stand 6'5" or taller. That's for the West, and 11 team members who weigh over 250 pounds. So theoretically, the West is always the big team. The East team is always the quick team. Here's your coaching staff. Clint Ryder leads the East squad. He's assisted by Lauren Clark, Weston Moody, Michael Glatzik, Josh Latimer, Bill Arnold, and Kyle Shank. They'll run the East squad, and they will sit on the far sideline, as we say. And here's the West coach, Tony Crow, right here in Hays High. He's assisted by Joe Sharts, Jace Pavlovich, Tanner Hageman, Mark Sandbo, Mark Henry, and also Matt Beeler. Of those assistants, if my numbers are right, 4 played at Fort Hays State. 2 of them actually played in this game. And there's also a Fort Hays State assistant on the east sideline.
Including head coach Tony Crow. His first time as a head coach, second time as a Shrine Bowl coach. Played as a Garden City High grad in the 1999 Shrine Bowl.
So we are underway, the 50th Kansas Shrine Bowl. The kickoff heads towards the near sideline. We'll have a return up to the 20-yard line. Met there, go to 23, 24-yard line. And that is where the West will begin its first drive of this 50th Kansas Shrine Bowl. The head coach is Tony Crow. The quarterback to start for the West team, we anticipate it's Keenan Sharts, 5'10", 165 pounds, out of Manhattan. He led the Indians to the Class 6A title just this past fall. He passed for over 1,500 yards, 11 touchdowns, rushed for over 1,200 yards with 20 touchdowns. He's got a talented back behind him. It looks like they're going to come out and run the veer with a single back. Back in motion from the left side, moves to the right. And now back to a different formation. Those 3 receivers go to the far right side. Looks like a little wrinkle and an audible called by Keenan Sharts at the line of scrimmage. From the 25, Sharts looking for a receiver. This one tipped at the line of scrimmage and caught the 35-yard line up to the 40-yard line. And the first play from the line of scrimmage ends up being a first down stand.
Well, the ball was tipped, but Will Ancio, a K-State recruit out of Cape and Mount Carmel in Wichita, was able to go up, make the catch, move forward, and it all turns out well as West gets a pass completion on the first play of the game.
We get a feel for the West team. They go to the line of scrimmage without a huddle. Here's Sharts. Sharts keeps it, goes to the 45-yard line. Again, he's 5'10", And Schartz will play football at Washburn, and his ability to lead his team to the 6A championship is the fact that his dad's a head coach. He's got incredible football instincts, and I think we'll see that throughout this ball game.
No doubt about it. Keenan Schartz is a great athlete, great baseball player. On his way to Washburn, his dad was his high school coach. They won 21-20 over Gardner Edgerton to win that state championship, 13-0. He hasn't lost a football game in a long time.
Catch is made by Jerry Ortega from Garden City. Makes a move 50 down the 45-yard line. The West team is in East territory down the 44. Nice play on a receiver screen running to the near side.
Mark Sandbos, the offensive coordinator, the head coach of Salinas Central. He's going to be in a spread formation. They're not going to huddle. He's going to signal the plays in to everyone. He makes a signal, and the lineman and everybody else is watching.
3 receivers, top side of your screen. Schartz looks downfield, has a receiver. Ball caught at the 32-yard line, just through just a dart. Ball caught by Ty Smith, 6'1", 175-pounder out of circle. He'll play his college football, Missouri Southern, and the West team is on the move here.
Perfectly thrown football to the outside. Ty Smith coming out of his cut, had the football delivered perfectly on the roll, and Keenan Schartz looked just so strong to start the game, very accurate. Remember, these players stood on the goal line a long time as the ceremony went on.
Move is a single back to the near side. He's going to throw to the far side. Catch is made. Line of scrimmage. Alert play made by East defender. Looked like Jacob Bittner on the play, and it's no gain.
What a great play. Corners are just turning into linebackers nowadays. The teams throw the ball down the line so much, Mark, that they make these guys make one-on-one tackles. And if you miss, there's a lot of green turf behind you, but he was there to make a tackle for no gain.
Loss of about a foot on the play for the West squad. They're in East territory at the 33-yard line. You need to get down to the 23, and this is the handoff. This is Johnny Martinez out of Pratt. He gets to the line of scrimmage, and again, the East makes a big play. Among those in on the stop, Matthew Lears out of Holton headed to Baker to play his football, makes a play and a loss. That looks like he got right back to the line of scrimmage, but an alert play made by the East defense.
He looked like his high school coach, Brooks Barta, a famous linebacker for the K-State Wildcats, longtime coach. How about Lears coming up and smashing the running back right at the line of scrimmage?
3rd down and 10, ball to 33, needs to get to the 23. Schartz on the rollout, looks the other way. Finds his short back, catch is made. He'll need to get to the 23, doesn't, gets up to the 30-yard line. Tackle made by Landon Midget out of Columbus. A gain of 3 yards, but needed to get 7 yards more to move the first down marker. And we'll see what they want to do here.
They'll probably go for 4th down right here, but what a good play again. Landon Midget, these safeties, these cornerbacks have made 3 straight good plays for the East.
4th down and 8, 3 receivers, top side of your screen. And Schartz looks to the near sideline, gets an audible, and tips his hands. These guys have been together a week and already have hand signs for audibles. That's darn impressive. Snap is made, good protection. Looking for a receiver's got one. Pass is thrown out of bounds, incomplete. It was intended on the near sideline for Jerry Ortega out of Garden City. The throw was offline. And West's first drive of the game, they will turn it over on downs, and the East is about to take over.
Well, there was a lot of misdirection by the West, and they were moving all over the field. Screens, throw down the line, a lot of good plays, and all of a sudden the East defense buckled up and shut them down. Defensive coordinator for the East tonight is Weston Moody from Wamego. He's got to be very happy with that stop. 4 downs and just a couple of yards gained by West, and East takes over the football.
By the way, if you're wondering, they do play 12-minute quarters here in this football game. 1st down and 10 at the 31 for the East team. East team, his quarterback is Mason McGavran. McGavran gives a handoff up the middle. Ball gets, about a yard. As up front, the West defense buckles down there. The stop is made on East running back Eric Butler's out of Olathe Northwest. A gain of about a yard on the play.
The defense is going to start right with the nose guard for this West team. Grady Seifert, going to play football at KU, is just a big-time player in there and should cause a lot of havoc tonight.
McGavran looks for a receiver's got one near the 1st down mark, and it's going to be a 1st down. Catch was made by Jarrett Norris out of Troy.
Catch on the play by number 21, Jared
Norris making a catch, and a 1st down for the East team as the East, like the West, wants to move quickly.
Good throw by McGavran. Delivered it right on time. There's not a lot of wind out here tonight. That's one thing. It's warm, but not a big wind factor at all, and the quarterback's looking effective throwing the ball so far.
McGavran puts Isaac Detweiler in motion. He gets to the tight end spot. Looked for a running back, didn't find one. And that was a busted play. West defender up front, number 71, Grady Seifert stepped up out of Beloit and made the play.
Well, I just talked about him. He's going to be disruptive if things don't work well. They had a blitz coming off the offensive left side that squeezed the play from there and then busting up the middle. Grady Seifert coming in there. His dad, Casey, was a Shrine Bowl player back in 1997, so he's got to say, hey, I play him better than you, Dad.
Second down, 13. Single back behind the quarterback. And he's going to keep it this time. Moves forward. He's going to be brought down after a short gain. But again, that play looked like he was going to hand it off to the running back. Running back didn't take it. Wonder if that was a little bit of miscommunication. What do you think?
Probably a zone read where he's trying to read the defensive end, leave him unblocked. But when they have to try to go right up the middle, it's just a big wall right now. The West front, led by Grady Seifert, Elijah Clark Boyd, Bryce Salmons. Those guys are doing a good job so far.
Third down and 12. Got to get into West territory to keep the chains moving. McGavran looks for receivers. Got one. Nice pass, 49, but brought down quickly by the West defense. In on the play was Keenan Sharts. Excuse me, it can't be. Keenan's the quarterback. Jalen Rice looked like the defender for the West team making the stop.
First big decision for Clint Ryder, Blue Valley Northwest high coach. Is she going to go for 4th and 2 as they get right near the midfield marker? It looks like it. Aggressive football is normal. It's an all-star game. Forget the punt team. Let's go.
4th down and 2 at midfield. East needs to get down to the 47. Long count. Now look to the sideline. The back is Jesse Greenlee, the 4th out of Atchison, who's just off the right shoulder of Mason McGavran. McGavran's going to keep it, looks for a block, brought down, and a 4th down stop is made by the West squad. Braxton Lafferty out of Little River. Speak of disruptive, he just made a big play and a 4th down stop for the West. They'll take over.
How about Braxton Lafferty? This young man played 8-man football Division I, playing against guys in 11-man football. They're at 6A level, Division I type players. Braxton Lafferty has been one of the better players. He's going to go to Fort Hays State, play right on this field, but, you know, he may have the ability to do more. Makes a big 4th down stop right there.
First down and 10 at the 50-yard line. 6:24 to go here in the first quarter. West with its second possession of the ball game. Here's Sharp. Sharp short pass onto the slot, and the ball moves forward for 3 yards. A nice catch made on the far sideline about the hash mark. West is going to go to work in a hurry in their second possession here.
It's pretty amazing that all the guys know all the signals. It's not going to the quarterback and then making communication around the rest of the way. The offensive linemen are looking over. They know the signals. All 11 players on the field have got it all down just in a few short days. These guys, amazing comprehension.
Ancio out of Cape Mount Carmel, about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Now past the receiver, caught. Needed to get to the 40-yard line, got it. Needed to get to the 40, got to the 37-yard line. A little misdirection and a nice catch made on the far sideline. Looked like Jerry Ortega again.
The ball is being thrown right on time by the quarterback. Keenan Sharts throwing the ball downfield. Very accurate. And when they've thrown the ball down the field to the outside, it's been more of a gain than when they've been throwing the screen passes.
First down and 10, 38 Sharts is going to keep it. Jogs at 35-yard line. He's brought and wrapped down. Nice play made by East defender. And it looked like Jamil Williams out of Lansing in on the stop. Ball goes down to the 35, pick up about 3 yards.
This is where the East was able to bow up its back and slow down the West in the last possession. Right now, 3-man front, kind of playing off, showing some quarters coverage in the back, trying to slow down this passing game. It looks like they may bring a blitz.
Second time by the West team into East territory. Here's Sharts looking for a block, trying to turn the edge. Gets up to the 33-yard line before he's tackled. Nice speed showed by the East team defenders as Sharts was only able to get a couple of yards after he shuffled away from trouble.
Well, the safeties are getting down near the line of scrimmage very well. Matthew Lear's there covering the edge, because look at the quarterback who's going to bounce it out. Things are clogged up in the middle, try to bounce it out, but the safety was there to make a tackle, setting up a 3rd down, but we know that they've got 2 downs to get this 1st down.
Now 3rd and 5, we'll see if they can do it. Receiver's open, gets up to the 28-yard line. This catch is made by Noah Kokar. He's the 5'9", 171-pound receiver out of Hutchinson, the KFBCA Class 5A All-State as a running back. When he lines up as a receiver, he gets to move the chains forward for the West squad once again.
Nice accurate throw, and Kokar from Hutchinson High School going to stay right there in Hutchinson and play for the community college.
First down and 10, we'll call it the 27-yard line for the West squad. Sharts looks to the sideline, gives a hand sign, has two receivers on the top side of his screen, and now looks back to get an audible. He shuffles back from one side to the other, and the tight end, Ancio, goes from the right side to the left, and a tough snap. Sharts is going to have to get rid of it. He's under trouble. He's going to look for a receiver and alertly throw it out of bounds. Boy, he was getting chased, and he had to show a little bit of athleticism, first to get away from trouble and then to throw the football out of bounds. It would have been a big loss for Manhattan, but he just pops right back up like no trouble for him.
Well, the snap was not on the time that he expected it, so very fortunate that when it came back and bounced off his hands, went straight up in the air where he could grab it, and he smartly said, let me get out of the pocket here, throw the ball toward the out of bounds near the receiver, and an incompletion is about the best we can get in this situation.
West quarterback Sharts, first team All-Stater, top 11 pick, Centennial League Offensive Player of the Year. He's going to keep it here, trying to get a first down, 25-yard line. He's wrapped up and brought down by J.J. White out of Pittsburgh. But a nice little pickup of a couple of yards for the West squad as they've had a nice mix of the pass and the run so far.
They have, but the defense in the East has done some really good things. It's kind of been bend but not break. They haven't missed a lot of tackles. That's the thing. If they would miss tackles, they'd be in real trouble. It's been good execution by the West when they have moved the ball.
Third down, this may also be two-down territory. Third down, and we'll call it about 7. Sharts takes a snap, rolls out. Now trying to go the other direction, but that's cut off by the East defense. To the end zone, catch is made. In the 5-yard line, first and goal for the West squad, and a nice pass, and the catch is made downfield. Looks like Nolan Friend that made the catch. He's out of Kingman.
That play was designed to be thrown to the left. They were sneaking a tight end from right to left. When that was not there, Keenan Sharts kept his composure and looked down the right side.
First and goal to 1. Hand off to the back. Back's going to find the end zone. Touchdown West. West skips into the end zone on a 1-yard touchdown run, and it's 6-0. The West finds the scoreboard first as Kenyon McMillan out of Salina Central gets the call. And guess what? His sports idol just happens to be Barry Sanders, who was inducted tonight. McMillan puts the points on the board, and it's 6-0 West.
They stay in the spread formation and give the ball to the little guy, moves around the left side and takes it in the end zone for the first touchdown of the game. A great third down conversion, set up that 1-yard touchdown run, and the West gets the first touchdown of the game.
Nolan Friend is the kicker for the West team. Keenan Sharts, the holder. The long snapper is Jacob Orsine as they line up for the extra point. We'll say it every year. Special teams always a big factor in the Shrine Bowl. And even the extra points, you know, you do them all year with your team, but these are always an event. So this one's up, and it's good. Nicely done by the West special teams. And we have played to our first score. 3:36 remain in the first quarter. You're watching the football game with Kansas Shrine Bowl. The West leads the East by a score of 7-0.
Sports injuries occur. The experts at Stormont Bill Health provide vital services to ensure a healthy recovery. From screening and evaluations to treatment and rehabilitation, Stormontville helps athletes with
getting back on the pitch,
getting back to personal records,
getting back in the set,
getting back on the court, getting you back on the field.
Stormontville, getting you back in the game.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights, it's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Nobody can really prepare you to arrive at the house and to wake them up and to ask them if they know this person and to tell them that they've died as a result of a crash. Nothing can prepare you to hear the mother screams, to hear the father screams. All you can really do is just stand there and try not to cry yourself.
Watch me. Watch me paddle, carve, and drop in. The water is my canvas. Let the good times begin. Perfect sets and barrels I chase. Where sand becomes surf, waves set the pace. childhood accident couldn't ruin my vibes. Thanks to one special place, I've never been more alive. Watch me. Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
West leads the East by a score of 7-0. A 50-yard drive put together by the West team. And boy, that nice teamwork. Keenan Sharts led the drive, Manhattan High quarterback. But the guy who scored the touchdown, Kenyon McMillan, and the West team got a lot of its team involved offensively on that drive.
They look good on both of their drives, getting into East territory, this time taking it all the way to the end zone. The passing game, very efficient. Both teams are going to use a spread offense. And the passing game of the West so far has looked more efficient than the East. They didn't do a bad job, but they'll get a second try here to see if they can get some points.
Nolan Friend bounces one into the end zone. If it goes to the end zone, it's going to be a touchback, and indeed it is. It crosses the end line, and the East will take over. First down and 10 from its own territory. We've talked about Clint Ryder. Clint Ryder's the head coach at Blue Valley Northwest, a graduate of Cherokee Southeast High School in Kansas, got his Bachelor of Science from Pittsburgh State. He'll head into his 17th year, 13 as a head coach, 7th at Blue Valley. Started coaching at his alma mater, Cherokee Southwest, moved on to Heston, was named the 3A Coach of the Year. I know he's really, really excited about taking part of this. Blue Valley Northwest won the Class 6A state championship back in 2021. This is his third Kansas Shrine Bowl. And, you know, those coaches, they have an opportunity not to be involved in this, but they're asked. 10 times out of 10, they'll take the opportunity to take part.
First time as a head coach, Mark, but he has one of the most unusual histories. He has been an assistant twice. Okay, you mentioned that. But do you realize he was an assistant for the East squad last year and the West squad in 2017?
No, I didn't know that.
So there's not many coaches who've been assistants for both sides of the Shrine Bowl.
See, I think they need to put together a media guide that has all. Can you imagine all of the really neat information that would be? I guess we could do that. We probably should.
I got some stuff right here. Look.
I know,
Mark,
but that's handwritten. I don't know if we can distribute that to the mass.
That's very, very good.
Okay.
I have it in my mind at least.
Second down and 7, and the play is made, and look out. Up to midfield, on his way. Cooper Hike. Hike is going to be knocked out of bounds, and how about that? Everybody was fooled on the West defense except the East guy that carried the football, and a huge, huge gain for the East squad as they go all the way down to mark it in West territory at the 34-yard line. What a play.
What a run. The running game has been a little better for the East, passing for the West. But here you see a little guard pull, kick out, and a run up the middle. The quarterback finally got past that big front of the West and was able to sprint down the sideline.
And that was Eddie McLaughlin at Leavenworth. I misidentified him, so he even fooled the broadcast team here. What a play made by the East team, and a good answer so far for the East squatters, down 7-0, and needs this drive to get their answer back. They're certainly loaded. In fact, you talk about a team that has some talent. The East has 5 players who are named as their respective classifications Player of the Year on either offense or defense. That is loaded. Give to the running back from the 35-yard line toward the 30-yard line, still on his feet before he's brought down by a host of East tacklers close to the 30-yard line.
We're seeing good offense tonight, and another thing you need to know about the Shrine Bowl, because it happened last year, was they will allow a tie.
Oh, that's right.
2 times in the history of the Shrine Bowl we've had a tie, and last year's was 10-10. It doesn't look like we're going to have a score like that based on the offense tonight. Both teams moving the ball well.
Well, they really are. And last year, the weird thing about being 10-10 is that there was a safety involved.
So yeah, how we got there was so unusual.
It was an unusual game and a field goal to tie it. Interesting game last year. In fact, I'll give you some details somewhere later in the broadcast. Quarterback decides to keep it to the 30 to 29-yard line. In fact, it looked like the East squad lined up in Wildcat there. I'd have to take another look. But the East squad's they got some tricks up their sleeve. They already showed one, and we're probably going to see another one before the game progresses too much. But it's 3rd down and about 4. This is a key play, Stan, for the East squad.
It is, but again, remember, they've got 2 downs to get it. So the offensive coordinator can think differently about this, and that offensive coordinator tonight is head coach Clint Ryder. He is calling the plays, and he knows He knows as a head coach, I got 2 downs to get this 4 yards.
Looks like Keller Hurla. Hurla is the quarterback right now. Hurla is going to give it to the back. He's going to fake to the back, finds a receiver, catch is made. Nice little move, 25-yard line. Needs to get up to the 25, and he's driven back right at that line to gain. Catch was made by Malik Oatis. He's out of Shawnee Mission Northwest. Speaking of Player of the Year, he was the conference Player of the Year. And he's heading to Emporia State. It looks like where the measurement is, a couple of yards short. He kind of backpedaled at the end there.
Well, here he gets the football out in the flat. He's 2 yards away. He's got the first down. And then they said that he, with his own momentum, went out of bounds. Sometimes they would have given that forward progress, but they don't, so it brings up 4th down.
So Hurla, as the quarterback, has a single back to his left, taking over the second possession for the East squad. East trailing the West by a score of 7-0, and very similar offenses in that they're looking at the sideline for a signal.
And Hurla's in. This is the 3rd quarterback already to play for the East.
Hurla waits again, long count.
It could be a timeout.
And a timeout's going to be called here.
So do you decide to go back to Eddie McLaughlin and running, or Keller Hurla? We'll find out after this timeout.
All right, 7-0 West leads East. We're back to the 50th annual Kansas Shrine Bowl in Hayes right after this.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master-build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights. It's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
When sports injuries occur, the experts at Stormont-Vail Health provide vital services to ensure a healthy recovery. From screening and evaluations to treatment and rehabilitation, Stormont-Vail helps athletes with
getting back on the pitch,
Getting back to personal records.
Getting back in the set.
getting back on the court,
Getting you back on the field.
Stormont-Vail, getting you back in the game.
Watch me roll, grind, and spin. Playgrounds for wheels, that's always a win. One with my chair, but never held back. I do things sitting down, most people standing can't hack. Some might say my condition was fate. My doctors would tell you I'm just redefining great. Watch me. Life-changing orthopedic excellence at Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
4th down and 2. Eddie McLaughlin is the answer. The 5'10", 175-pounder at 11, where he is now the quarterback stand.
Yeah, I thought they might go to a more run threat right here with 2 yards to go. We'll see if he keeps the football or if he thinks about passing, but much more likely, based on what we've seen so far from the East, that they'll run here.
Jesse Greenlee, the 4th, is to his right. He's going to keep it. It's got 2 yards and a little bit more. It's going to be a first down, and the right answer was made. Ball moved forward to the 23-yard line. McLaughlin gains the line where he needed to be for the first down for the East squad.
Dynamic runner with an extra blocker back there, Jesse Greenlee, the 4th. He's able to push forward and get the first down easily. So we've seen 3 different quarterbacks. The question is, will the West defense learn a little bit? Like say, okay, if this quarterback's in, you're more likely to throw. If it's Keller Hurla, if you bring McLaughlin in, you're probably going to run. And then we've also seen Mason McGavran play as he was the starter for the East tonight.
Hurler is a senior, 2,600 yards, 27 scores. He's in the ball game at the moment. Decides to hand off ball inside the red zone. Goes to the 17-yard line. The East continues to march forward with a handoff working up front. I didn't get a chance, Stan, to mention the starters on offense, so let me do that quickly for the East team. Mason McGavran was the starter quarterback. Greenlee, Oetis, Burgess, Gary, Nigaman, Dieters, Carver, Deppie, Leonard, Ippolito, those up front. Dieters, Carver, Deppie, Leonard, and Ippolito up front have done a nice job. And the West on defense, Avery Albright, Jet Vincent, Mason White, Evan Lynn, DJ Dingle, Cameron Boyer, Jackson Vikander out of Manhattan High, Braxton Lafferty, Elijah Clark Boyd up front, Grady Seifert, and Bryce Salmons. That's the starters on the West defense and the East offense. I'll do the vice versa when the West team gets the ball back. First down, second down from the 18-yard line. That was a nice pickup of about 6 yards. And I think they're going to call this is the first flag, I think, in the ball game here.
It is. It's been very clean so far, but there was a movement before the snap, and the East team will be walking back 5 yards.
I mentioned Gary Davis. He's joined by Broughton, Sue, Kramer Sermons, Craig Douglas, Ethan Gonzalez, Tyler Bush, and then Clint Peterson, the back judge. Those are the 7 officials working the first half. There'll be another 7 working the second half. The first flag of the ball game called with 18 seconds remaining in the first quarter. This will likely be the last play here of this first quarter. In fact, the clock is moving at the moment. We'll see if the East wants to snap a playoff here. And they're going to do that. Give us to the back, 20-yard line down to the 18. Ball is loose. And the fumble is gained by and recovered by the West squad. Nolan Friend. We'll check the number. Yeah, it's Ethan Burton out of Council Grove. The East team fumbles the ball away with golden opportunity, and the West has it.
Well, 3 different players got their hands in there. And finally, when the ball came loose, it ran right and bounced into the defender's hands, and the West gets a big turnover. After the first penalty of the game, we get our first turnover of the game, and the East moved the football well, but the West takes over.
First down and 10 for the West squad, already up 7-0. 2 seconds remaining in the first quarter. This will definitely be the last play of the first quarter. Keenan Schartz stands at his own 5-yard line to direct the play. Gives to his running back, who's still on his feet, running toward the sideline. He'll be knocked out of bounds at about the 10-yard line. So he got basically back to the line of scrimmage, and our first quarter has come to an end. You've watched the first 12 minutes of the Kansas Shrine Bowl. It's 7-0. West leads East. We're back to Hayes in just a moment.
At CDL Group of Companies, we're dedicated to providing exceptional services that power and enhance your life. From electric to HVAC, plumbing to signs, solar to generators, we've got you covered. Our team of experts is equipped with the knowledge and experience to handle any project, big or small. Whether it's transforming your living space, improving your business, or enhancing your energy efficiency, CDL is here to make it happen.
It's all you.
No, I insist.
It's your turn.
Nope, I think it's your turn.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Go.
I appreciate your appreciation. It fills me.
Safe drivers save money with Farmers.
Just for driving safely?
It's a Farmers policy perk. Get Farmers and you can get a safe driver discount simply for having a clean driving record for 3 years.
Come on. After you.
After you. Safety first.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Watch me. Watch me shine with every snap. Born to move fans, to cheer and clap. 2 different legs, that's how I play. One built from science to help me on the day. Between these lines, I'm all heart and muscle. Don't stare too long, you'll miss the hustle. Watch me. Pioneers in prosthetic technology at Shriners Hospitals for Children. The most amazing care anywhere.
Get back in the game with the Kansas Shrine Bowl Alumni Association. We hope the Kansas Shrine Bowl had an impact on your life. Now help us continue to impact the lives of kids at Shriners Hospitals for Children. Get reconnected with the Kansas Shrine Bowl at kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni. This year we'll have special offers and events just for our alumni. Former coaches, players, and staff members, go to kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni and complete the form.
West has the first down and 10 at their own 10-yard line. Keenan Schartz looks back at the official in the end zone to get some clarification about the line of scrimmage and if everything's up okay to go. And yes, we are. Schartz takes it. There's a short pass, far sideline, corralled by East defenders, still on his feet, and wrapped up and brought down after a gain of about a yard. 7-0 is our score. The West put together a drive of 50 yards. The East team looked like they were going to put it in the end zone, but a fumble by the East squad put it in West hands at the 10-yard line. An unfortunate turn of events as the West now has it with a 7-0 lead.
Well, the East needs to make a play right here because if you stop them on this third down, they will not go for fourth down and have to punt.
3rd down and 9 on the roll. Sharp's looking downfield for a receiver's got one. That's Ancio who makes the catch, but right behind him is an East defender. Look like Jacob Bittner.
Way short.
Out of St. Thomas Aquinas. And a fourth down is coming up. Nice catch made by the big receiver out of Cape Mount Carmel, who stands 6'6" and weighs 230. That's a big target. But in downfield he couldn't. Right behind him, hello.
So the quarterbacks are punters. The quarterbacks are punters here, so they're looking like they're going for fourth down, but I think they're going to punt.
Now Schartz, good call. Schartz does this a lot for his Manhattan High Indians. And it's a pooch kick. He's good at this. He's about as good as you get. He's going to bounce to the 50-yard line and actually get a good roll inside the 40 down to the 38-yard line. And the West team punts it into East territory, but the East is going to have an opportunity down 7-0.
It's almost a 50-yard punt.
Yeah, right.
And what they did is they made the East think, oh, we can't put our punt return play in. We can't get involved in trying to think about a punt return. And sure enough, just by having that threat that the quarterback's back there, his ability to punt the football, meant that they got no return. East should have had great field position. Instead, the ball rolls all the way down to the 38-yard line.
So second quarter, we're out here in the Kansas Shrine Bowl, the 50th Kansas Shrine Bowl. The East squad, we talked about their coaching staff. It consists of 3 members who actually played in the Shrine Bowl. Josh Latimer, Mike Glatzik, St. Mary's Kyle Shank have that on their resumes. They're joined by Lauren Clark of Olathe Northwest, Weston Moody of Wamego, Bill Arnold of Topeka. Hayden Arnold's actually the senior member with 33 years, and this one's intercepted. Intercepted by the West squad down to the 30, 25-20, makes a move, 15-10-5, and scoots into the end zone on a pick 6 from the West team. That'll make it 13-0. What an unexpected play, and the West defense steps up big.
Yeah, I think they're going to mark him out the 20-yard line out of bounds, but still a giant play on the ricochet. Nice interception and return. That ball thrown by the starting quarterback, Mason McGavran, threw it into coverage. And getting his hands up, Riley Marks, the player going to go to K-State to run track, throw the javelin, tip the football, and then his fellow friend able to get the football and head down the sidelines and get a nice return. Big play by the West. 2 turnovers early in the game.
So Riley Marks gets credited for the interception. Indeed, as Stan mentioned, he stepped out of bounds. Number 9, it's changed that number.
No, Evan Lind got it, but Marks tipped it right to Lind.
So give Evan Lind the hero of the moment. And Charts is back in there, 25-yard line, looking for a receiver. Has time. This one tipped at the line of scrimmage. Caught in the end zone. Touchdown West. How about that for a play? It was tipped up in the air, and alert hands made by the receiver in the end zone. Touchdown. Ty Smith of Circle. And now the West team leads by a score of 13-0.
Didn't get it on the return, but got on the first play on the pass. Low line drive in the front of the end zone. Ty Smith just plays the slot receiver like a veteran. He's very shifty, able to work the inside there. And thrown very safely. Keenan Sharp pump faked and then threw a low line drive so his guy could go get it and make the catch in the end zone.
On to kick the point after for the West team is Nolan Friend with Sharts holding. The hold is good, the kick is up, and it is good. And it is 14-0. West leads East. They take advantage of the interception. One play later turned into a touchdown. And with 10:25 to go before halftime, it's the West 14, the East nothing. We're back at Hayes right after this.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights, it's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Watch me. Watch me tumble, jump, and soar. When our squad is on point, we own the floor. Dazzling stunts and dances are my jam. Pain once caused issues, but they had a plan. A life-changing brace with no surgery to fear. Activity without limits, one more reason to cheer. Watch me. Industry-leading scoliosis treatment at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
14-0 is our score with Leon Liebel on the sideline, Stan Weber in the booth. I'm Mark Ewing. Glad to have you on board to watch an historic 50th annual Kansas Shrine Bowl. The East has turned the ball over a couple of times. The West has capitalized, and they just scored a nice play to Ty Smith in the end zone.
Mark, it's a new season, and this is usually the kickoff to football. The Chiefs aren't even in training camp yet, and here we are playing football. But the 2023 season probably still is going to have a factor that turnovers matter, right? 2 turnovers against the East has really hurt them so far.
Here's Mikey Bergeron, started running up the right side of the field and curved back to the near side of the field, and a nice return by the East squad as they'll start down 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Hey, by the way, if you look on the screen, there's a Venmo and a PayPal. If you want to take part and make a contribution to the Kansas Shrine Bowl, just aim your phone to the left. How fancy is that, Stan? I mean, come on. We talk about 50 years of the Shrine Bowl. They weren't talking about doing this in 1974. You can just aim your phone at the screen, and it'll take you where you need to be. And for us, it's to make a contribution to the Shrine Bowl.
Just a great ability to do it. So many people involved, cheerleaders, band members, football players, coaches, Shriners. Hey, it's a state of Kansas celebration if you want to join in.
So the East will go back to work. It's a long count. Quarterback Mason McGavran, 2-time first-team All-State pick. He'll be the quarterback at Fort Hays State. As a freshman, a timeout's going to be called. There was some indecision on the offensive side of the ball exactly what they wanted to do here. Offensively, the East actually, we figured coming in they'd mostly work with a single running back and 4 receivers. Atchison Jesse Greenlee IV is a 2-time first-team All-Stater as a running back. Also see Olathe Northwest product Eric Butler. We've seen that he's 6'2", 230. Talented receiving core, all-time record holder for single catches in a season. Ethan Burgess of Rock Creek, we haven't seen get involved yet in the action, but I know those are all targets. So as the East takes the ball down a couple of touchdowns, you know that they want to get involved here and get everybody going in the same direction here. That's the reason for the timeout here in the second quarter with 10:16 to go.
Well, I think they're shaking a little bit right now. Clinton Ryder's the play caller, and 2 turnovers. They've moved the football, but 2 turnovers make all the difference in the world. Suddenly you're 2 touchdowns behind. The West fans in the shade feeling good, but right now that defensive coordinator Jace Pavlovich from McPherson has to be happy with the way that his team has responded here early, getting a couple of turnovers early, setting up the offense, and now it's really important the East gets a drive together, and Mason McGavran's really got to get his confidence together through a couple of good passes early. Yeah, it did not have anything to do with a fumble when they got close to the red zone, but that pass that got intercepted, that could shake you up a little bit, knowing it turned into an easy West touchdown on the next play.
We'll see what McGavran and his teammates can do here. 1st down and 10, ball at the 25-yard line. It's going to be a quick pass, an incomplete pass. It was intended on a slant pass for Isaac Detweiler out of Axtell, and he made a nice little move, but the football thrown over his head.
You know, the previous play, he threw the ball down and in the middle a little bit more, and what happened? A linebacker was there and tipped it. I think that gets in your head, and you say, I'm going to throw the ball high and keep it to the outside, and then it flies over his receiver's head. So a pass that's intercepted, especially tips, quarterbacks get it in the back of their head. I don't want that to happen again.
2nd down and 10. This is going to be a handoff up the middle. Got some nice blocking up front and held on to the football. Looked like he almost lost it for a moment. But in to make the tackle, Caden Miranda, a 6', 246-pounder at Mays. He'll be playing his football at Pitt State. And now a 3rd down and long coming for the East team as they make substitutions here. And a big play coming up.
Also on the tackle, number 52, Cameron Boyer.
McGavran looking. McGavran threw for 1,486 yards, 17 touchdowns, 109 of 163. He's a passer who's completed at a 66% rate. He also can run it on the ground. We'll see what he wants to do here. McGavran's going to keep it. makes a move, goes to the outside, gets a couple of yards up to the 30, but a fourth down play is coming up. The West team did a nice job of not being fooled by it. And among those in on the play, Jalen Rice out of El Dorado makes the stop for the West team.
Well, I think McGavran's just being very careful, rolling out. He had a receiver open about 10 yards up the field along the right sideline, but probably saw a defender in his way, didn't think he could get up and over, so he goes ahead and runs the ball. And now he's standing there in a position where he could go for fourth down or punt it.
And we'll see. Boy, this is a nice one. Gets the roll to the 30-yard line, down to the 25, still rolling.
Same strategy.
Down to the 20, good strategy for the East team. They'll get rid of football. They didn't want to punt it.
How about each team just saying, you better get your defense set, we might go for fourth down, and then you punt the ball. You don't have to worry about a return. So they move the ball downfield, force the West to start backed up. They've got great field position recently after turnovers. Now they got to start back at their 19. The other time they started backed up, they went 3 and out, the only possession that really wasn't successful, but now the East defense has a lot of pressure to get a stop.
8:45 to go before halftime. West takes over up 14-0 on the offensive side of the ball for the West. Multitude of choices for players to distribute the ball to, including Will Ancio Capon, 6'6", 230. We saw him make a catch earlier. This the handoff to the running back, gets forward to the 21-yard line. The quarterback at the moment for the West squad is Nolan Friend. Friend is a quarterback, future baseball player at Cloud County in Concordia. Stands 6 foot, 188 pounds, multiple sports star, directed Kingman to its best record in football program history, its deepest run to the postseason in nearly half a century. He is a hero. We talk about hometown heroes, not much bigger hero than Nolan Friend back in Kingman. This is a short pass, but whistles blow.
How about a year where he won his first 12 games with his Kingman teammates and then finally lost in the state championship game.
How about that? What a year. And Kingman, not known for doing that ever. But you get the right set of athletes and coaches in place, and it was magical all season long.
My grandmother's maiden name is Friend. It's F-R-E-U-N-D. F-R-E-U-N-D. We work on pronunciations a lot. As soon as I saw that, I go, that's Friend.
That's Friend.
I may be related to him if we go back up the tree.
So second down, we'll call it 13. And this time, Friend's going to look for receivers. Got one downfield, and it's caught midfield. Down to the 40, 35, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Noah Kokar from Hutch scores a touchdown on what will be a 83-yard play. There is a, I think, is that a flag on the far sideline?
Was there a formation alignment problem? That was a post-pattern touchdown. That's as long a touchdown play as I remember in the Shrine Bowl.
That is
a 83-yard pass and run. Nice catch over the shoulder. Ball delivered perfectly to Noah Kokar, and he shows his speed. It was a run-pass option. You see him fake to the running back? When you have a run-pass option, you don't know if it's going to be a running play or a pass play, but the lineman cannot go downfield. They've got to act like it's going to be a pass. It's really hard to do when you're saying, well, coach, it might be a run. In the pro game, they've basically taken that run-pass option completely out of the game and saying linemen can't even go downfield more than a yard. In college, they'll let them get about 3 yards upfield. But here in high school in an all-star game, you may have an lineman who went too far downfield who's never been involved in a run-pass option play in his career. You know, this is intricate stuff. And whoa, the East is very fortunate. 83-yard touchdown is erased.
Well, the first thing I did, I looked at the flag down at the line of scrimmage, and it was certainly there. And Gary Davis got the honor of giving the unfortunate news to a West sideline that all groaned collectively. Meanwhile, back to play. Maybe they'll draw it up again. Her friend's got plenty of time looking for a receiver, and this one nearly intercepted. He had a short receiver at about the 20-yard line, went downfield. It was intended for Ty Smith, who certainly made a big catch earlier, but that pass is incomplete.
Well, this offense has a lot of fakes to it, where they'll spread things out. The quarterback will look to one side of the field, pump fake. He's setting a screen up on the other side of the field, but because the linemen don't go downfield, which is important, he then looks down. Remember, that's what Sharts did on a third down and long play, it was really a third option, almost unscripted, that got them to play. They almost had it happen again there, but this one falls incomplete.
Running back Kenyon McMillan to the right shoulder of the quarterback Friend. Friend takes a long snap. He's got two receivers, now three on the top side of your screen and one to the near side. East defense in a long defensive hold now, and a long play. Third down 17 is what we're looking at, and a timeout's going to be called. West is going to take a timeout and walk to the sideline. Why not?
Well, the East was scooting back smartly. The secondary players saying, you are not going to throw the ball over our head this time.
We're going to take a break. 14-0. West leads East. 7:37 to go before halftime. We'll be back at Hayes in a moment.
Nobody can really prepare you to arrive at the house and to wake them up and to ask them if they know this person and to tell them that they've died as a result of a crash. Nothing can prepare you to hear the mother screams, to hear the father screams. All you can really do is just stand there and try not to cry yourself.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights, it's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Watch me. Watch me paddle, carve, and drop in. The water is my canvas. Let the good times begin. Perfect sets and barrels I chase. Where sand becomes surf, waves set the pace. A childhood accident couldn't ruin my vibes. Thanks to one special place, I've never been more alive. Watch me. Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Well, we just missed a couple plays for you, folks. Third down incompletion pass, and the West just punted the ball away. East is going to come back on the field and take over. It's 14-0 and 7:22 to go before halftime. And the East squad will take it over first and 10 on the 45-yard line. I'm interested, Stan, in what you think the conversation is over on the offensive side, particularly for the East team, is trying to find some rhythm and has really struggled. The West defense, are they doing that good, or maybe the East is missing a little bit of rhythm there?
Well, just a fumble that got away from a running back when you're in scoring territory in the red zone. A pass that gets tipped. You just say, guys, we're not doing anything wrong. We're just fine. But the one thing they've had most success with is running the football. Remember earlier there was a 39-yard run by McLaughlin. He had a fourth down run. They bring him into quarterback on this possession, trying to get something established.
Yeah, McLaughlin's back in a quarterback, and he is one of three. So the East team has three quarterbacks: McGavran out of Olathe West, Keller Hurla out of St. Mary's, and Eddie McLaughlin out of Leavenworth. And McLaughlin is in the game right now. I get a feeling, though, the East team is looking for somebody to make a play here, down 14-0, and they think McLaughlin might be the guy that can do it.
Yeah, I think they just need to settle down, get some positive plays, and his threat as a runner is very helpful to the ball club.
Second down and 8, ball at midfield. Receiver Ethan Burgess to the near side here. He hasn't touched the ball yet, at least on a pass play. Give to line scrimmage, tackled and brought down by the West squad. Tried to run some deceptive play work, but not having it was the West Braxton Lafferty out of Little River. But the coaches talked about how good he is as an 8-man player, and he has really stood up and been fantastic on defense for the West side so far.
One of the things that's fun to do is to see the 8-man, 1A, 2A type player integrate with a 6A player that they probably saw on television, heard a lot more about on radio, and to be able to mix in and play at that level and excel, that's something we've seen Braxton Lafferty do.
Third down and 7. Quarterback's going to keep it, and he's going to be wrapped up and brought down. Couple of backs crossed paths. Quarterback decided to keep it.
See, they bring in Hurla for third down. So right now, the quarterbacks are probably not getting into quite the rhythm they would like. He comes in on third down to pass, and the West front has been very, very good this time, bringing an extra guy off the edge, able to make the tackle, create a fourth down. Now, will they punt or will they go for it? Earlier in the game, at this point on the field, they went for it, did not make it, and the West turned around and put a 50-yard drive together for their first touchdown of the game. So will the East again go for fourth down?
Jared Norris of Troy steps in. He's the receiver on the near side, the 50-yard line. Fourth down. Need a play here. St. Mary's Hurley catch it is made. Down to the 35-yard line. That's Burgess. We just talked about him, trying to get him involved. He's caught a lot of passes. The Kansas football record, 106 catches in a single year, held by Burgess. He just made a big catch for the East squad to move the chains.
What a gutsy play. Hurla firing the ball in an inside cutting route between defenders. Burgess makes the catch, and the East converts on fourth down.
Two receivers to either side here. Hurla's going to keep it. Moves forward to the 33-yard line. Hurla is really a special athlete. We talked about his 2,600 yards and 27 scores. That performance also earned him top 11 honors, several publications. He's run for 1,200 yards, 25 TDs. He's also an all-state basketball guard, averaging nearly 20 points per game. So he and Keenan Schartz are actually headed to play football at Washburn University. On the West quarterback and the East quarterback at the moment is Hurla following a block. Gets forward to the 25-yard line. Needs to get to the 24. He's close. Really close. Put some effort into it. Tackle made by Bryce Salmon of Hayes.
The other thing you see from number 3, Keller Hurla, is a player that won the National Football Foundation Bill Snyder Family Chapter, the Kansas Chapter Scholarship Award. Top 11. There are 11 players that get voted into that group, and Keller Hurla was one of them. I'm on the committee. It's great to have Bill Snyder involved like he is. He spoke to the players. They had a big event this year in the end zone area at K-State's Bill Snyder Family Stadium. Head coach of the Wildcats, Chris Kleiman, was there. It's just a great honor, and Keller Hurla, one of the guys that was honored. 8 of those players, 8 of those 11 are playing here in the Shrine Bowl tonight.
That's something. That was an outstanding event. I was there that night to watch it happen. So first down, and the East team now in the red zone. Last time they got here, a costly fumble. But we'll see if the East can find the end zone. Hurla's got his East squad on the roll for the moment. 3 receivers. Now he moves one to the inside slot, and they give us to the running back. Moves forward, spins forward, 14-yard line, still on his feet. They're wrapped up and brought down. Tackle was made by Braxton Lafferty again, but a tough run by Jesse Greenlee IV, who says, by the way, Jesse Greenlee just carried it. He said he wants to retire from the NFL at age 40. Yeah, that's what he told us.
Does he think he's Tom Brady?
Yeah, I think so.
Does he realize Barry Sanders said 10 years is enough?
Yeah, and you get tackled like that a few times in the NFL, I don't think it's going to last very long. Well,
when you've had a high school career like Jesse Greenlee IV has had, he had 9 TDs in one game. So he probably thinks about all the positiveness.
That's something.
Not all the hits that you've got to take. That was a good run, though. To get a powerful back to run against this West front is something we've not seen a lot of.
First down to 14. Spin move made and wrapped up, brought down to the 13-yard line. A couple of West defenders in on the play. Looked like Jet Vincent out of Canton Galva was in on the play. One of my favorite names on the West squad, Jet Vincent.
Number 16, Jet Vincent of the Green West squad. He's going to play football at Colorado State. You talk about being from Canton Galva. If you don't know, that's 8-man Division II. He's out here making a play, forcing the running back to go sideways. Actually, that was the quarterback on that run.
So McLaughlin goes to the sideline. Keller Hurla comes back in to be the East quarterback.
How about quarterback switcheroos here?
It's keeping us alert up here, up in the booth. Here's Hurla. Going to keep it. Moves forward, 10-yard line. Line to gain is way down to the 4. So a pickup of 3 or 4 yards isn't going to do it, but one thing is they want to hold on to the football here.
The thing the East has been able to do, though, in this possession is to show that when Keller Hurla is in a quarterback, they don't have to pass every time, that he's become a running threat. For a little while there, you'd say, oh, if I see McLaughlin in, it's a running play. If I see Hurla in, it's a passing play, but that has been broken a little bit by head coach Clint Ryder.
Running back Eric Butler is on the left shoulder of Hurla. They look to the sideline to get a signal to send the play, and clock is moving. That was a running play, so we're inside 2 minutes, 1:52 to go before halftime. Stay with us. You get to see the band and much, much more coming at halftime here on the Kansas Shrine Bowl. Give us to Butler. No, he's going to take, looking for a receiver. Incomplete. Boy, nice play. That was Luke Nigelman in the end zone. He's out of Girard, and he was open for a moment. The defender chased him down. The ball was overthrown.
Good defense there. They thought with running the ball as much as they had, a little run fake might cause the West defense to suck up a little bit, but they did not do that. Forced the throw to be very accurate in the back of the end zone. Not enough room to make the throw, so it's 4th down. They are not thinking field goal. Down by 2 touchdowns, almost halftime. They're going to try to go for this 4th down. Tough situation trying to score at this part of the red zone.
Jared Norris from Troy comes in the ball game. 4th down. Got to try to find the end zone. They can get a 1st down, can the East, if they can get it to the 4-yard line. Now a timeout's going to be called. So the East wanted to see what West was lined up defensively. Alertly calls a timeout. Clint Ryder's going to gather his offense around him. This is a big play coming up for the East squad, who's trying to get on the rally here.
Hey, think about the practice you've gone through, Mark. You work on offense. You work on defense. You try to do a little bit in the special teams, but you probably don't have a ton of time. And then you do a little bit of situational football. But to find a lot of work and time to do red zone execution like this, how do you find any practice time to do that? These players have been together a week. They are learning a new offense. The intricacy of trying to get a 7-yard gain from the 11-yard line is so intense in college, pro, high school. The defense has a big advantage. So this is one thing where the coach may say, I'm going to come talk to the team and go through some specific instructions. They may talk about a few things and intricacies to the receivers, the linemen, whoever needs to know something and say, this is exactly what we're going to do. It may be as simple as go down to the 3-yard line, make sure you touch the 3-yard line on the hash, turn around right there, and that's where we're going to throw the football. I mean, it might be like backyard football, the discussion they're having right now, because they haven't had a lot of time to work on red zone situations like this.
The Sonic All-State Marching Band is standing by, but the East squad is going to try to march it into the end zone here if they can. They've got time, 1 minute, 39 seconds to go before halftime. And the East squad.
If the quarterback looks to his left, the sun's going to be more in his eyes. It may be something you think about as a play caller. Look to the right.
To the end zone. Hurla's got a receiver. Catches made. Touchdown. East squad is on the board. The catch was made by Malik Oatis. He's out of Shawnee Mission Northwest. And the drought no longer. They're not shut out anymore. It's now 13-6, and that first touchdown, a big one. A nice pass by Hurla to Oatis.
Hey, go Oatis right down to the middle of the field, right where the tee is on Fort Hayes in the end zone. Go to the middle of the gold tee, turn around, and I'm going to throw the ball up high so you can go get it. He started on the right side, cut up the middle, turned around, and made a nice catch. Touchdown, Malik Oatis.
Well, he was defended actually pretty well there. He had to go up and get the ball. Here's the snap. You're going to have to try to make something happen. And a throw into the end zone to try to get a 2-point conversion does not work. And the point after has failed for the East squad. That hurts because that could be big later on. 14-6 is our score here. 1:35 to go in the ball game. But a nice drive. They got a touchdown. The East squad needed one to register some points on the scoreboard, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, I told you it's very, very hard, but that is a good strategy. You say, I'm going to get the ball in the end zone, and the quarterback knows when it's 4th down. Don't worry about interceptions. Just throw it with confidence. And we've seen Keller Hurla bounce back from that interception and look completely different on this drive. Maybe getting into the running game, being effective. Like you said, an all-around athlete. He sure looked like that. And I know as a quarterback, nowadays, you may not want to run the quarterback in certain situations or get the hits it might entail, but you know what? You still feel good when you're a football player. A quarterback that gets tackled, you get into the game a little bit more. That was a nice pass, but Malik Oatis, the speed that he showed, starting the route on the right side, he was in the slot, but he's in the back of the end zone and snap of the fingers. He put his head down, ran that route, got behind the linebackers, went up and made a big-time catch.
This is the 50th annual Kansas Shrine Bowl, and the event has always served as a showcase for the Sunflower State's best recently graduated high school football talent, but has also served as a fundraiser for the Shriners Hospitals for Children. The West team has won 30 of the previous 49. There have been 2 ties. The West leads the series then 30-17-2. Hayes, considered West territory. You saw the nice crowd on hand and actually with the west side of the stadium. That makes the West team the home squad. The game is being staged here at Lewis Field, which is the proud home of the Fort Hays State University Tigers, and over the years has also served as the home of many Kansas high school state football championship games. And so we're just glad to be here. Wonderful stadium. We got really fortunate. The weather in the upper 80s instead of the hundreds. And so far, so good for everybody. 14-6 is our score. West leads East.
And the wind is not a factor. So the kicking game, the quarterbacks being able to throw the ball going either direction makes the game a little bit better, more predictable. 5th time we've been in Hayes, ties the 5 we've been in Emporia for this game.
Looks like we might have a return from the 20-yard line, trying to move forward. 25, this is on the move. Noah Kokar out of Hutch, who made a nice catch and a nice little return. The West team will get a minute and 31 seconds, and they are certainly capable. Koker, who had the nice touchdown catch taken back by the penalty, gets a return there, showed his athleticism.
Well, that penalty is very, very big because if you think back to that point, West had all the momentum, a 2-touchdown lead, and they were dancing in the end zone, appearing to be ready to go up 21-0. But right now, we're a minute 31 away from a 1-score game at the half.
So on the rollout, here's Schartz looking for a receiver. And he's going to try to get out of bounds, which he does. Got a nice and a big hit in the end. That hit from Mario Mangini out of Frontenac just at the point of the tackle when Schartz was heading out of bounds. The officials are going to draw a flag, and that, right here before halftime is going to get a big 15 yards.
Yeah, he was in the white. And you got to stay off the quarterback or any player when you get into the white, and especially in an all-star game. Wow, don't be running into him. He may have just accidentally said, oh, here you are. But still, the defense has to have the mindset, make sure you don't bump into anybody when they get out of bounds.
Well, and that he's still marching, so real close to midfield. Official will set the ball down about the 47-yard line, and that's a big pickup for the West team. East wants to shut out the West here before halftime, get a chance to be within arm's length. Meanwhile, the West team would love to extend it. Keenan Schartz, 3 receivers, top side of your screen, tight end. There's Schartz going to hold it, brought up and brought down. We'll see if the West team wants to use one of their timeouts.
Looks like they do.
And it looks like they're going to do that. So the West team is going to regroup here, stop the clock, 1:09 to go. Loss of yardage on the play. We'll move the ball back just a little bit.
Number 32, Christopher Beard.
Well, it's an explosive passing game that we've seen so far. Keenan Schartz has been very accurate. Heck, Nolan Friend, when he got in there, threw some very nice passes. He just unfortunately had a lineman downfield to pull off a bomb of 83 yards. So both quarterbacks able to punt and throw well tonight. And so many games, when you get ready for an all-star game, talk to the coaches, we're going to use these all-stars. We're not going to pound the ball and go 3 yards in a cloud of dust. We're going to spread it out and throw. Then you watch the game, and everyone's not on the same page. It's hard for the tonight. These guys are on the same page. We've seen a very good passing attack, a refined passing attack like I've never seen really in the Shrine Bowl. These quarterbacks and receivers are on the same page.
Yeah, I've been looking for another big playmaker for the West team. I'll tell you who's on the field at the moment. Heston football and basketball star. He's a wide receiver, Jake Proctor. He was underlined by the West coaching staff when I visited him this week as someone who could be a factor for the West offense in a big play situation because of his speed and athleticism and his ability to go up and get the football. So there he's on the near side of your screen. If you look at the number 14 and go right up there he is. So the clock, by the way, reset at 12:20, so the officials are trying to get it to reset to where it was previously.
Well, Jake Proctor had the big catch to get him down to the 1. Just young man. I like knowing the players that are playing their last football game because if you're a good basketball player like you were, Mark, you guys can play some highly competitive games the rest of your career. In football, no one puts their pads on and goes out to the park and plays.
Shirts and skins, no.
Proctor's going to play basketball at Tabor, so this is his last football game.
Here's Schartz actually looking in Proctor's direction. Ball was tipped up incomplete. And right on cue, that pass intended for Proctor. But Schartz didn't have a clean delivery on it. Looked like he got under some duress by the East defenders up front.
Excellent rush. I think it's Nathan Vincent who stayed right in front of the quarterback, tracked him well. And speaking of a guy who's not going to play football next year, number 51 for the East, Nathan Vincent out of Lewisburg, is going to go to Iowa State for the track program. He's a thrower.
Minute 13 to go. This is 3rd down and 10. And a screen is set up and it's caught. Midfield up to the 49-yard line. The entire defense for the East squad yelled screen.
That might be
and they
an
still came up with it.
Like a little gain, but an ESPN Sports Center top 10 type catch.
That was,
look at this one-handed catch.
Brought down by number 5, Kale Hammerschmidt.
Wow. The likely punt here, because you wouldn't want to give the East great field position with 40 seconds left in the first half by going for 4th down. Would you? You never know nowadays.
We're close
the aggressiveness
to midfield,
the coaches have nowadays is just fun to watch.
It's we're close to midfield. Ball at the 49-yard line. Schartz can punt. He can pass. He can run. And a whistle, and the West team's going to call a timeout here. 21 seconds to go.
The East didn't have a timeout.
Nope.
So the West did a great job of just bleeding the clock, letting you know that they want to have the last look at this. Could they go for 4th down? They might, but most likely they're setting up a punt. The East couldn't call timeout and stop them right there. This is a new wrinkle in football. Keenan Schartz out of Manhattan High, Nolan Friend out of Kingman. Both are kicker, punter players and quarterbacks. So you can have, those guys have punted the ball so far tonight without any more than one snap. Snap into shotgun, boom, they punt the ball, and they're putting it out there 40 yards in the air with no returner back there. The ball bounces. And we've also seen the East team do the same thing. Punt the football with the quarterback. I've not seen a lot of teams do that, but that is quite the weapon. How, as a defensive coordinator or head coach, could you ever say, they're really going to punt and put guys back and act like it's not going to be a go-for-it situation? You almost have to think, let's play defense first and let that ball bounce, which is such an advantage for the kicking team.
Let me get just to mention a couple sponsors. Mammoth Sports Construction is proud to be the partner of the 50th Annual Kansas Shrine Bowl. Let Mammoth Sports Construction design, budget, fundraise, and build a project of your dreams. Learn more at mammothbuilt.com. So here we go, 4th down from the 49-yard line. West team goes to work, and Schartz is going to punt it. Punts it high. Likely not going to be a return. In fact, it takes an East bounce and quickly downed at about the 23. So the East is going to get one more shot at it with 13 seconds to go. So we're not quite ready for halftime. Those band members have been standing on the sideline for quite a while waiting for their moment in the sun.
Or the shade now. They're very happy it's the moment in the shade. They've been out in the sun all day long, starting with practice before the parade today.
Trust me, some of the fans are glad the sun is beginning to set here in Hayes, Kansas. 14-6 is our score. The West scoring a couple touchdowns. The East just responded, missed the point after, and now gets an opportunity here. The clock that you see on your graphic says 1:06, but the scoreboard says 13 seconds. So we'll take
the East wishes it was 1:06, but they're going to kneel down right here and be very happy to be down by only 8 at the half after having 2 turnovers and looking like a 3rd touchdown pass was going to occur. It didn't. We got a ball game going into the second half.
Well, the West scores a touchdown. The East counters with 6 of their own. And after halftime here, it's 14-6. The West leads the East. As the West heads to their locker room, the East does the same. And we've seen the first half of the 50th Annual Kansas Shrine Bowl. Tonight's game, in fact, is the 5th time the game has been played in Hayes, and all the Shrine Bowl has been to 11 different stadiums in 10 cities across Kansas. Cessna Stadium in Wichita State, which actually is being torn down and redone at the moment. Bill Snyder Stadium in Manhattan. Those 2 areas have hosted the game 9 times apiece. Host cities have included Lawrence, Topeka, Emporia, Pittsburgh, Dodge City, El Dorado, and Hutchinson, who were added to the mix in recent years. They played this game in the month of June a couple of years ago. However, it has been traditionally played on the 3rd Saturday in the month of July. This year's event falls midway through the month, and it just happens to be the 3rd Saturday of the month. So glad to have you on board with us. Leon Liebel's on the sidelines with Stan Weber in the booth. I'm Mark Ewing, 14-6. And what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the band to take the field. And unlike other productions, you're going to actually be able to hear.
This is old school. I love when you get to hear the band.
Well, they deserve some
airtime. And the
airtime.
All-Star Band. How about this for something you don't see? The East has had the ball 6 times today.
6 times?
Every result has been different. A touchdown, a fumble, an interception, a missed 4th down, 1 punt, and 1 halftime ends the drive.
Yeah, one
Coaches are saying, let's get rid of the diversity of those possessions happening all different ways. Let's clean up the turnovers. Let's go get some touchdowns and win this ball game.
And big play so far, at least part of the big plays, a couple of turnovers by the East squad. One was really pivotal as they were driving for a score, and that certainly made a factor. The Shrine Bowl game has long been an event with a series of items on the agenda. They are designed to involve hundreds of Kansas students and dozens of volunteers and activities ranging from high school football clinic and combine, the band camp, cheerleading, dance clinics, much more. Between the game, the band, the cheerleaders, and the rest of the events, upwards of 400. I think the number this year is actually 450 or so high school students who have participated in one of the activities during the Shrine Bowl. And
just to feed all those people.
Just to feed all those kids, I know. And well, it's an amazing process that they do. The band is actually the first Shrine Bowl participants who arrived during the big week. They're band members. The Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band consists of young men and women from high schools across Kansas who have donated their time and talents for 4 days in camp preparing for today's parade. They played in the banquet last night. They are under the direction of Dr. Peter Lilpop, who is the director of bands at Fort Hays State University. Kansas' best high school musicians are showcased in this event. It is capped by the pregame and halftime performance in the Kansas East-West All-Star Shrine Bowl game. One band, one sound. And they're about to take the field here. Meanwhile, as you take a look at a really wide shot of Lewis Field here at Fort Hays State University, you can see on the near side, those are the cheerleaders. The Kansas Shrine Bowl All-Star Cheer Camp is under the direction of Laura Climafair. Features nearly 200 cheerleaders, 25 high schools across Kansas. These athletes participate in an intensive 4-day camp, learning skills they will use during the upcoming season. The band is on the field. Let's listen in on the 40th Kansas Masonic All-State High School Marching Band. Here they are.
One sound, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the greatest marching band movie ever made, Drumline. Our first tune was made famous by the Jackson 5. Here is I Want You Back. And now, the band is joined on the field by the Kansas Masonic All-State Cheer Squad. Let's hear it for these hard-working cheerleaders. They will perform Cold Hearted by Paula Abdul. now feature the drum line of the Kansas Masonic All-State Marching Band. Line feature is called DNK, the Senate. No drummer. The All-Star drum line captain was Dominic Pereira from Chapman. And they were coached this week by FHSU drum professor Dr. Ryan Pearson. Our last tune by the whole band is from the iconic band of the 70s. The one, the only, the Elements, Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is Sing a Song. Put your hands together for the 2023 Kansas Masonic All-State High School Marching Band. Band camp this week was directed by Dr. Peter Wilhoff of FHSU. And the band would like to thank their instructors, Hillary Shepard, flute, Matthew Romey, clarinet, Adam Ward, saxophone, Peter Wilhoff, trumpets, Ryan Pearson, drumline, Kathy Kirkhope, mellophones, James Budge, trombone, Andy Howard, baritones, Chris Barlow, tubas, and Jalen Dussel, color guitar. Thank you for your support of the Kansas Masonic All-Star Marching Band.
Kansas Shrine Bowl weekend is filled with fun for the whole family. A special thank you to anyone who took part in our golf tournament, alumni reunion, parade, and pep rally, tailgate, party, banquet, hospital experience, and more. Your support for our philanthropy is appreciated. We look forward to seeing you at future Shrine Bowls for many years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed the pregame show, you missed 5 very important Kansas Shriners. the potentates of the 5 temples of the Kansas Shrine. Let's meet them once again as they take the field. Illustrious Sir Greg Sipple of Abdallah Shrine in Overland Park. Illustrious Sir Doug Hodge of Arab Shrine in Topeka.
Illustrious Sir Trent McCain of Isis Shrine in Salina. Illustrious Sir Bob Baer of Midian Shrine in Wichita. And Illustrious Sir Mark Stapleton of Mirza Shrine in Pittsburgh. Please give them a round of applause for all they do for Kansas Shriners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may direct your attention to the west side midfield for a few special introductions. The Kansas Shrine Bowl Board of Directors are volunteers who receive no compensation for expenses for their services. They meet several times a year, making the policies and directing Shrine Bowl operations. The 2022 president of the Kansas Shrine Bowl Board of Directors is Donnie Bohannon of Holton. Joining him on the field is First Vice President Drew Couch of Derby. Second Vice President Peter Martin of Yates Center. Third Vice President Alan Biamonte from Overland Park. Fourth Vice President and Secretary Ralph Strite from Larned. Shane Lewis from Topeka. Jim Hallberg from Colwich. Rick Horn from Colony. Frank Shell from Olathe. Greg King from Great Bend. Martin Warner from Chanute. Callan Martin from Overland Park. Richard Steele from Wichita. And Treasurer Paul Honecker from Topeka. Finally, we recognize 2 very valuable members of the Kansas Shrine Bowl Board of Directors. Illustrious Sir Don Boxberger from Russell and East Camp Director Jack Call from Emporia. These gentlemen are completing their 12th and final Shrine Bowl as a member of the Kansas Shrine Bowl Board of Directors. Both Jack and Don's commitment to our fundraiser and especially their support for the kids for more than a decade has been unmatched. Thank you, Jack Call and Don Boxberger, for your service to our organizations. And thank you to all the board members for your commitment to this great Kansas tradition. Also joining our Kansas Shrine Bowl Board of Directors are a few of our Shriners Children's patient ambassadors. These All-Stars spent over 10 hours sharing their stories and engaging with our participants on Thursday and Friday. Thank you for your commitment to our event and Shriners Children's. Let's welcome them. Elizabeth Coates from Palco. Kerrigan Rudolph Goodland. Wyatt Shield from Wichita. Kiana Meyer from Wamego. Olivia Gash from Wichita. Callie Allenbrand, Wamego. Jace Ricketts from Riley. Eli Peterson from Wichita. Colton Metzler, Ellis. Grayson Bergmeyer from Hutchinson. Riley Fairbank from Hayes. Derek McKinney, Scott City. Kaylee Shobing from from Hutchinson. Darwin Boyle, Effingham. Sydney Friedley from Hope. Beckett Holthouse from Seneca. Haley Capon from Topeka. And Ellen Nearer from Hayes. All Shriners are Masons first. We are fortunate tonight to have from the Grand Lodge of Kansas, Most Worshipful Robert D. McClarty from Hutchinson. We are also very fortunate to have representatives of the International Shrine of North America. The Shrine is a fraternity of about 500,000 members around the world. We are proud to have with us tonight from Topeka, Kansas, the International Shrine Treasurer, Imperial Sir Brad Kane. It is also an extreme honor to have with us an incredible representative of Shriners everywhere from Peoria, Arizona, the Imperial Potentate for Shriners International and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Shriners Children's, Imperial Sir James E. Ed Stoltz Jr. Welcome to Kansas, Imperial Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our corporate sponsors go beyond merely advertising during our event. They become our partners by helping us help others. These companies and their employees are great humanitarians. We will now have presentations by some of our sponsors. The mock-up checks you see being presented by their company representative or a Shrine Bowl volunteer represent cash contributions, gifts in kind, and expense payments. Please welcome the Executive Director of the Kansas Shrine Bowl, B.J. Harris. As we celebrate the generosity of these great partners, B.J., take it away.
Thanks a lot, Steve Gidevan, 1986 East All-Star, doing our PA announcer. Can we get a round of applause for Steve? Are we having fun tonight here in Hayes? How about this weather tonight? A little steamy, but now here we are on a gorgeous night in Hayes, and we're going to make some money for Shriners Children's. First up, our banquet entertainment, grand rental station for $1,000. Keep going. Pause. Slow. Next, our apparel donation from Jocksnitch for $1,000. Also for $1,000, award decals. Our Cheer Elite sponsor for $1,400, Champion. For $1,700, a gold sponsor, Farm Bureau Financial Services. Dick's Sporting Goods, $1,750. Sharp Performance, $1,000. A donation of 640 pounds of hamburger from Tyson. A donation of 500 pounds of hamburger from Cargill. Our alumni kickoff sponsor for $2,500, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas. Our Shrine Bowl Parade sponsor, Lewis Toyota, for $2,500. The official sports medicine provider of the Kansas Shrine Bowl and Dr. Ryan Tomlin's, Stormont Vale, for $3,000. Our helmet raffle. When the check was printed, it was $3,500. Chet just told me the helmet raffle has raised $5,000. Thank you, Chet. Our host sponsor, Visit Hayes, the Hayes Convention and Visitors Bureau in the city of Hayes, $4,000. The official wireless provider of the Kansas Shrine Bowl, $4,250. Next Tech Wireless. Presenting the check is Jason Warner. He's been a tremendous help for us all week. Our transportation sponsor, the Northwest Kansas Shrine Club, $5,000. Our hospitality sponsor, Scott County Shrine Club, $5,000, and they also fed 500 people. Our Club Challenge sponsor, the Rooks County Shrine Club, the Rooks County Shrine Club, $5,000. Our official sign partner and jersey sponsor, the CDL Electric Group of Companies, $7,500. Our tailgate sponsor, Leah Smith, Farmers Insurance, $10,000. Our hospital experience sponsor, Watco Companies, $10,000. Our band camp sponsor, the Kansas Masonic Foundation, $15,000. They also donated $50,000 at our banquet last night. Now the wildest bunch here, they do a great golf tournament, and this year that golf tournament raised $41,237 for the kids. It's the Midian Touchdowners. And finally, the presenting partner of the 50th Kansas Shrine Bowl, Mammoth Sports Construction, $50,000. Let's hear it one more time for all of our partners. Steve, take it away for a moment. Come on, come on.
If the leadership of these great Kansas companies and clubs has inspired you to give, Shriners are now making their way through the stands. Let's fill the fez and help us reach our goal of making this the largest fundraiser in the history of the Kansas Shrine Bowl. Donations can also be made online at www.kansasshrinebowl.com/support and via Venmo at Kansas Shrine Bowl. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1974, more than 3,000 Kansas football players and 300 coaches have donated their time and talents to impact the lives of Shrine patients at the Kansas Shrine Bowl. An idea that started with 5 Kansas potentates in 1973 has raised more than $3.7 million for the kids. The men making their way onto the field now have all played a role in that success. Players and coaches from 1974 to 2022 are here today for our celebration. Please join me in welcoming the alumni of the Kansas Shrine Bowl. Let's turn it back over to Kansas Shrine Bowl Executive Director B.J. Harris as we meet the players and coaches that have laid the foundation for one of the great all-star events in the nation. B.J.
How about this turnout for our alumni? All these guys have been a part of our event for 50 years now. We're going to beat them by the decade. Are you guys ready? The 2020s. The 2010s. The 2000s. The 1990s. The 1980s. The 1970s. We are very fortunate as well here tonight to have 2 members who played in the 1974 game. Mr. Phil Miller and Mr. Tom Hauser. Thank you all for making your way back. A lot of special things coming your way for the alumni. We want to make this a tradition every year to recognize the guys who made such a big impact on our event and come back next year when we're in Emporia on June 29th of 2024. Here one more time for our alumni. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our halftime. Get set for another great half of All-Star football, and don't forget to drop by our apparel and merchandise booth in the northeast corner of the stadium to pick up a memento of tonight's game. You still have the third quarter to bid for items in the silent auction. The high bidders will be awarded their items during the fourth quarter. All bidding will stop with the start of the fourth quarter. Silent auction items can be seen at the souvenir stand in the northeast corner of the stadium.
Well, halftime's coming to a conclusion here. Mark Ewing here, Leon Liebel's on the sideline. Stan Weber will join us for a moment. The big twist there was the introduction of the alumni for the Kansas Shrine Bowl, certainly to commemorate the 50 years that this game has been around, but that's something that has never been done before. The check presentations have happened, an impressive number of checks and money that has come in. We take a break now. It's 14-6 our score. West leads East. We'll be back for the second half after this.
When sports injuries occur, the experts at Stormont Vale Health provide vital services to ensure a healthy recovery. From screening and evaluations to treatment and rehabilitation, Stormont Vale helps athletes with
getting back on the pitch,
Getting back to personal records.
Getting back in the set.
getting back on the court,
Getting you back on the field.
Stormont Vale, getting you back in the game.
Watch me. Watch me roll, grind, and spin. Playgrounds for wheels. That's always a win. Won with my chair, but never held back. I do things sitting down most people standing can't hack. Some might say my condition was fate. My doctors would tell you I'm just redefining great. Watch me. Life-changing orthopedic excellence at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Get back in the game with the Kansas Shrine Bowl Alumni Association. We hope the Kansas Shrine Bowl had an impact on your life. Now help us continue to impact the lives of kids at Shriners Hospitals for Children. Get reconnected with the Kansas Shrine Bowl at kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni. This year we'll have special offers and events just for our alumni. Former coaches, players, and staff members. Go to kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni and complete the form.
An extended halftime has come to a conclusion. Welcome back to Hayes, the campus of Fort Hays State University. 14-6 is our score. West leads East. As far as statistics are concerned, a couple of things to look at for the West squad. Keenan Schartz connected on 13 of 15 passes for 107 yards. A touchdown included. In fact, that touchdown was to Ty Smith. A pass from Keenan Schartz made it a 14-0 advantage for the East squad. Also important for the East squad. They're 0 of 5 are the East squad on third down, but 3 of 4 on fourth downs. East squad was led in rushing by Eddie McLaughlin, 6 carries for 53 yards. Passing, McGavran and Keller Hurla. McGavran was 2 for 4, Hurla from 3 for 4. But neither quarterback, you felt like, really found some rhythm. On the receiving end of it, Ethan Burgess, 2 catches for 24 yards. Defensively, Mikey Bergeron has 3 tackles, 1 assist, 4 tackles total. And defensively for the West squad, to counter that, Braxton Lafferty's had an impressive game. 4 unassisted tackles. He's got 5, including an assisted tackle. We've had a couple of sacks that have been recorded. Jackson Vikander with 4 tackles. And that's really the statistic moments to pay attention to. The scoring began the West squads. Kenyon McMillan scored on a 1-yard run. Nolan Friend hit the point after. That happened with 2:48 to go in the first quarter. 9-play, 50-yard drive. The West then got the football back following a turnover. Ty Smith, a 20-yard pass from Keenan Schartz. And then the East squads, Malik Oetis, an 11-yard pass from Keller Hurla. That put the East squad on the scoreboard, but the point after was missed, and that is where we at by a score of 14-6. So Stan Weber has rejoined me in the booth. And Stan, that was kind of neat to see all the alumni get introduced. That was kind of fun.
Oh, it's so much fun to talk to everybody down there, and
a good turnout, man. There's a lot.
It was great. It was great
at least
to see,
100.
like in the 80s, included 1980 all the way to 89, and talking about the games. And some of them said, "Hey, I played when Barry Sanders was there." They tell me Barry Sanders stories. They couldn't touch him in practice.
Oh,
and it was full contact back then.
Oh yeah,
3-a-days on 2 of the practices.
Oh my!
You'd put the pads on and tackle. But they didn't tackle Barry Sanders very much, is what I heard.
Yeah, you couldn't get to him. The East is going to get the kickoff. This is certainly an advantage of a pooch kick, handled nicely. And, boy, that's an alert play. East squad fair catch was called for. That might have been an intended pooch kick. And making the play was Bryson Lee. He's out of Atchison County High School. State wrestler makes the play. The East squad, good field position. They're going to start their own 41-yard line. So as
another one of those high school quarterbacks you spoke about. Understands the game. The West was hoping he might fumble it, get in a hurry. Instead, he just fair catches it. The East guy has some momentum after that first half. It was the West who really was the better team, but they only lead by 8.
So Mason McGavran will expect to be the quarterback, and certainly he is at the moment. East has the football. Jarrett Norris, the receiver, on the field. The receiver's already going to their spot. Meanwhile, it looks like a single back, and that is back by himself. McGavran sits back to pass, looking for a receiver, and now he's going to go inside out, gets a nice little carry of about 5 yards. That was an interesting play. I'm not sure if the East team was completely on the same page with it, but they have had a long halftime, and now the East team down by a score here has an opportunity.
Trying to make it look like a run, because quarterback run worked on that last possession that ended in a touchdown, but they were just faking it. Trying to get the West to move up, and the safeties to give a little room. It did not occur, so he scrambled, but he made a good play out of a 5-yard gain to start the possession.
Second down and 5, receiver position to the left, to the right, and give us to the running back. He gets about almost close to 5 yards. He needs to get down to the 49-yard line, falls just a yard short of that, and the back is Eric Butler out of Olathe Northwest. Butler was an all-state and all-conference running back, and one thing Butler likes to do is run over defenders, and he's certainly big enough.
230 pounds.
And he might do it here.
Just give him the ball here and see if he can bust through Grady Seifert, the nose guard.
Third down and 1, long count coming. Another glance toward the east sideline. The offensive coordinators lined up 3 deep, give 3 different signals, and we'll see what the East wants to do here. Third down and 1, down 14-6, first drive, second half, and it's going to be a pass play. Screen play, and then grab down. What a great play on the far sideline by the West defender, who didn't take the block, shook the block, and that looked like Evan Lind, who made a big play earlier in the ball game. He was assisted by Mason White out of Andover Central. White making the play as they tried to set up a receiver screen for Norris.
Elite tackle. We mentioned that earlier, how the cornerbacks nowadays have to play like linebackers. On 3rd and 1, they throw the ball outside. He makes a great tackle. So now the East has 4th down and 1. This is an absolute green go, or red go, the East might want to say. I think you give the ball to that big 230-pounder.
See if he gets it. Butler doesn't get. McGavran keeps it. First down, though. Picked up 3 yards. McGavran faked the handoff, moves forward for 3 yards. And the East squad on their first drive here, the second half, is now into West territory at the 47-yard line.
Well, the quarterback says, I don't necessarily need to give the ball to that running back because I'm going to read the little inside zone, see what it looks like, and he's able to pick up the first down. East crossing the 50-yard line.
McGavran, the quarterback, sets the play, and the ball goes off his knee. He covers it, and a loss of 4 yards, and that really is another miscue for the East squad. But McGavran looked like he was looking downfield, waiting for something to happen, and never got control of the football on the long snap.
You don't see that too often. Even with All-Stars, the shotgun snap is so basic. These kids start when they're in 3rd grade playing flag football, receiving the shotgun snap. So just a missed opportunity for the East, kind of a wasted down.
Second down and 13 is going to be a long count here. Eric Butler, the running back, now is to the left side. Norris, the receiver, bottom portion of your screen. And he's going to get the football, and he's going to be tackled immediately. What a play again by the West squad defensively. Among those in on the play, Elijah Clark Boyd, the defensive tackle out of Junction City, who's playing at Washburn next year, 6'2" and 240. He was assisted by Bryce Salmons, and it was almost like they were in the huddle in the East. They knew exactly what was coming.
Came in, had a square hit, more than one in the backfield. What a stop. And now, after getting a first down, the West said, hey, how about 3rd and long right now? Good play on the tackle.
Got to mention Jalen Rice out of El Dorado also in on the play. He's headed to Hutch JUCO. First team to lead his squad to a playoff win in 25 years when he played for El Dorado High School. 3rd down, 17 for the East squad. Long count, trying to get something going. First drive, 3rd quarter, down 14-6. They've set up the screen but didn't get the block laid down, and the West again makes an unbelievable play.
And guess who it is?
It's like Rice.
Again.
Jalen Rice. Yeah.
The red-helmeted El Dorado football player for a high school. The screen was really set up if you could get Jalen Rice blocked, but he busted through, made the first tackle, and 3 plays in a row, negative plays. So after making a 4th down conversion, the East now forced a punt in their own territory.
That means McGavran will pooch it this time. It looked like it hit off the back of one of his players. And this is returnable. Returnable by Johnny Martinez out of Pratt. McGavran lined up behind the line of scrimmage and tried to angle that up. Almost looked like he hit one of his own linemen up front.
It may have been blocked. I think the West got their hand up. That's one of the things we talked about, what a weapon it is to have quarterbacks able to punt out of shotgun formation. Both teams have done it a total of 4 times, 2 each. But the risk is so close to the line of scrimmage, if you don't get the ball up high and quick, you could get it blocked. The West gets it done.
West goes to work. In fact, here's a handoff in midfield down to the 49-yard line. Quarterback of the moment for the West squad is Nolan Friend. He'll be the starter here in the third quarter. You've seen him as a punter. He's also an all-state quarterback, so at both positions as a punter and a quarterback. And for Kingman High School, the holder of 10, count them, 10 school records offensively. Stands back at the 45, second down and 3 yards. Going to give to his running back. That looks like it's Kenyon McMillan out of Salina Central. McMillan will push it forward. He gets run out of bounds, but not before he moves the chains forward. A first down for the West squad.
You mentioned that his favorite player was Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders not only here for the Hall of Fame induction into the Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame, but he spoke to the teams right before they went out in warm-ups. He spent time with both the West and East, and it had to be a thrill for everyone, especially Kenyon McMillan.
First down and 10 for Friend and his West teammates. Give to McMillan. He is wrapped up and brought down hard by an East defender. Into the play, Cooper Hike, but Cooper Hike wasn't the one who made the initial play. Nice play after a pickup of just about a yard for the West squad.
A little high snap right there, threw the timing off, but good tackle coming from behind. You think when you run that play, you're not going to have to worry about that backside help.
Boy, nearly drew a player off sides. No flag comes.
In high school, if he gets in the neutral zone, it's a penalty. So he's very fortunate that they did not call that getting into the neutral zone. You don't have to touch anybody to be offside.
Second down and 9. Friends got a lot of protection. Nice blocking up front by the offensive line. He's going to scramble, get out of bounds at the 35-yard line, pick up about 5 yards. But what a job by that West front line, which includes Racine, Jackson, Kuhlman, Hare Snape, and Bradley Bond. From left tackle to right tackle, they protected the quarterback. He had plenty of time to make some choices.
And the rushers have done a pretty good job of getting angles. This time he was able to get it away from the inside interior guys, and it was linebackers and safeties that forced him out of bounds. But picking up some yardage, it's now third and makeable. And again, it'll be a 2-down territory. If they don't make it, they'll go for fourth.
35-yard line, give us to the running back. He gets knocked down at the line of scrimmage, actually behind the line of scrimmage, Bobby Trujillo. His dad, Robert, did Bobby Trujillo.
1992 Shrine Bowl is going to go to Emporia State from Emporia.
Now it's fourth down and 1.
Number 44, can he make another play here? East down, has stopped the West one time on fourth down earlier in the ball game, and really need to do it again here to get the ball back to their offense.
Boy, East has 2 turnovers. West has not turned the ball over. The West has been a clean game so far, and it's been a difference maker for them. 4th and 1. Friend's going to keep it. Gets a block, gets to the outside, strung out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it. He needed to be to the 33-yard line, and he is really, really close. The line to gain, the chain gang is across the way.
He may be short.
He's short. He's short, and the East team is going to take over.
Well, the West thinks they made it, so here we go. Both sidelines are happy as heck.
Well,
where's the mark?
Yeah. They're
not going to measure?
They're not going to measure. The chains have not moved forward, though.
It says fourth down. Everything's stopped.
4th down and 1. Out to the outside, gets away from one defender, scoots forward. He's going to be wrapped up and brought down. And now the East team has made the stop. And look at the East team is excited. The East team has the ball to have the opportunity down 14-6. And they just made 2 back-to-back defensive plays against a very good West offensive squad so far.
They pulled from left to right, their left tackle, left guard, tried to influence the defense to overreact. But when they didn't, there wasn't the normal blocking at the point of attack. So he was stuck in the backfield, and the East gets their second 4th down stop of the game.
Mario Mangini out of Frontenac. He was number 22 for the East squad. And over on downs it goes. First down and 10 for the East squad. We've had some trouble offensively, but defensively have been rock solid here. First down and 10, 5:12 to go in the third quarter. It was 14-6 at halftime. It remains 14-6 so far.
Now the running quarterback is in. He's been really good running the football tonight.
Yeah, McLaughlin got over 50 yards in the first half. And he looks like he picked up about 8 yards. So he used to love to have that every time.
Yeah, he's shifty, fast, able to run on the inside. He had a 39-yard run earlier in the ball game. He's not been in for a whole series. He always has come out. If it's become third down, they put in Keller Hurla. So he's thinking right now, I don't want to see third down. Just first down, second down, get another first down.
And McLaughlin, Sportsman Kansas Player of the Year, trying to lead his East team back on a rally here. And this looks like it should be a first down. There was a wrestling match down low between the West defenders and the East running back, but the East team is at least going to win that battle, and they're going to move the chains forward. First down and 10 for the East.
Well, there was a read there, and they had a long ride. They couldn't decide. I'm going to pull it out or give it to you. Pull it out. No, I'm going to keep it. You take it. I got it. Nope. Finally, the big running back gets the football.
Eric Butler back in as the running back, in fact, at the moment. First down and 10. McLaughlin with Butler right off his right shoulder here. A 3-receiver set. And McLaughlin's going to keep it. Nice fake to the handoff, and he's getting back 3 or 4 yards. And he's quick enough to make the edge here on the fake handoff. And McLaughlin, by far, has been East's best offensive player, especially here in the second half.
He did a nice job because it wasn't easy. He had to use his speed, like you said, to bounce it outside. But it was still a good defensive play by the West. The force by the secondary right there at the point of the attack to make the tackle for only a 3-yard gain.
So McLaughlin, 5'10", 175-pound, obviously a really good speedster here. Trying to see what he can do offensively. His team trailing the West squad here by 8 points, 14-6, following a missed extra point. The West team scored the first 2 touchdowns of the game, and now he's going to throw a pass. It's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Jalen Rice from El Dorado, and Rice might take it to the house. 10-yard line, 5-yard line, inside the 5, down to the 4. What a return and what an interception by El Dorado's Jalen Rice, and the West will have it first down and goal.
Passing the football is something we hadn't seen Eddie McLaughlin do tonight. And here when he throws it, he ends up finding the chest of the red-helmeted number 14, Jalen Rice, another National Football Foundation scholar athlete. Big return all the way inside the 5. The 3rd turnover tonight by the green-clad West defense.
So 3:13 to go in the third quarter. First and goal. Mark the ball at the 4-yard line for the West squad. And into play quarterback is Keenan Sharts. Sharts looking for a block. It looks like he's intent on running it. Runs toward the corner, getting it run out of bounds at about the 2-yard line. A pickup of a couple of yards. Indeed, the 3rd turnover for the East squad, and that throw was thrown right into the hands of the defensive back Jalen Rice, who puts the West in business. Into the end zone for a touchdown. Keenan Sharts scores for the Manhattan High Indian. The quarterback who led his tribe to a 6A championship has put his squad up 20-6 on a 2-yard run to the end zone, set up by an interception.
Just go over to the right side. Good blocking. Had a cut inside. Break away from one tackle. The tackle just not quite square enough. Landon Boss almost got there. Boss was a high school quarterback trying to tackle a quarterback but couldn't quite do it. Keenan Sharts gets into the end zone, and the West has a chance to put 21 points on the board.
Nolan Friends the point after. He's 2 for 2 so far. Make it 3 for 3 and make it 21-6 on the scoreboard. Let's, we're going to head to the sideline here. We got a special presentation coming up here, but Leon, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Right now, the man who is in charge of this wonderful event, B.J. Harris, the executive director of the Shrine Bowl of Kansas. And well, BJ, I think we came to the conclusion this is your 6th year as the executive director. Each year is special, unique in its own way, but this, the golden anniversary of this Kansas Shrine Bowl, and how special has it been this week for you guys?
Man, when I took this job in 2017, and I knew that, you know, hopefully if they let me keep doing it, that I'd be able to do the 50th Kansas Shrine Bowl, and I've had that on my radar for a long time, and everything we've done every year since then has been building towards this event, because we wanted really this to be a nice crescendo for our event and our fundraising, and I think we've done it tonight.
It's always much more than a football game. We know that. And what else does go along with this football game in this week?
Yeah, so band and cheer, that's one thing a lot of people know about, but I had 167 band members out there tonight that went through a band camp for 4 days. We had 198 cheerleaders on the field who went through a band camp, a banquet for over 1,200 people last night.
The banquet was a little different this year.
It was. We did more of a carnival-style, outdoor, pep rally-style banquet. Very well received, I think. We dodged the rain just barely, and it made a nice night, but fed 1,200. Then we had golf tournament with over 25 teams in it. So, yeah, it's more than a game, but that's more about the kids, and it's more than just a game, for sure.
Also, more than 3,000 young men have played in the Shrine Bowl since the first game in 1974, and you had a lot of them here tonight, and that was a special moment.
Yeah, I don't even know what
those guys by decade.
Yeah, I don't know what our count was on how many guys we had out there. We'll have to go back and watch the tape and count them, but, man, that was awesome. We've really tried to do a good job of outreach to those guys, especially leading towards this 50th. And we had 2 guys from the 1974 team. Phil Miller still has the passing record in the Kansas Shrine Bowl. He played in that game in 1974. And glad to have those guys reconnecting with us because, when you're 18 years old and you graduate and the world's ahead of you, you maybe don't necessarily realize what this is and the impact it can have on you. But when you're reflecting on it 20, 30, 40 years later, I think it becomes obvious that this is a nice brick of a foundation in your life, and that many guys thought so is enough to show up here today.
And among that group of guys, you have some big names, too, that went on and did great things, including maybe the greatest running back of all time, Barry Sanders. How special was it to have the former Heisman Trophy winner, Football Hall of Famer, and again, arguably the greatest, right here.
Yeah, I was just sitting there watching that take place, and I'm like, what is happening? And I had to pinch myself a little bit to think that it happened. Donnie Bohannon, our board president, took that on. He's friends with Coach Burkholder and made a good relationship with Coach Burkholder, and through that partnership has been working, and they've been having this thing cooked for quite a while to get him here for this game. A lot goes into that, but so awesome for Barry to take the time out of his. He was shooting Heisman House commercials about 2 days ago. He's in Hays, Kansas, getting inducted to the Kansas Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame tonight, and we're so thankful for him, and I hope people enjoyed him.
And there's a documentary film crew following Barry around for a future documentary, so the Shrine Bowl is going to be featured in that as well, and it seemed like he really enjoyed his visit here.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of times, maybe you might have forgot about those kids and stuff, and people leave and lose connection, but it was obvious to him that he remembered it. He remembered it. He told me, we talked about it this morning when I introduced him to Steve Ginnivan, our PA announcer. They played against each other. As soon as he heard Steve's name, he remembered Steve Ginnivan, Emporia High School. I mean, he remembers those big games, and I think he'll remember this moment as well.
All right, we got a pretty good game going. West, though, taking charge a little bit here.
That's right. We've got 2:52 left in the third quarter. 50-50 raffle still going on. It's up to $5,000, so split that pot. So they can go to kansasshrinebowl.com/win for the next 2:52 and get a chance to win that 50-50 raffle. You don't have to be present to win. It's a digital raffle, and we'll pull that ticket at the end of this quarter.
Sounds great. BJ, thank you so much, and congratulations again on a wonderful event here at Fort Hays State, the Kansas Shrine Bowl. Mark, Stan, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Leon, and really tip of the cap to B.J. Harris has put some interesting different twists to raise money for the Kansas Shriners Hospitals, and it's been an interesting run and interesting event so far. It's been a lot of fun. 21-6 is our score. West leads the East. We got an East player down on the field at the moment, but the East gave up a turnover and that led to a touchdown for the West squad, and the West team has a little bit of separation with 15-point lead with 2:44 to go in the third quarter. You take a look at the East side. They haven't had a ton to cheer about because mostly West defensively has really stepped up.
Yes, it's been a good game, and not having injuries has been a part of it, but unfortunately we see our first one. I think it's Gavin Zupraku who's down on the field. Everyone concerned about that, but good interview with B.J. Harris, just doing an outstanding job coordinating so many activities all year long, different things going on that celebrate the Shrine Bowl, and this isn't the only activity, but boy, today and this week is when they have to come together and do the most work, and they are doing a great job tonight. Hopefully we have no more injuries.
We're going to take a break here. 21-6 is our score. West leads East. We'll get our injured player off the field. Hope he's okay, and we'll be back to Fort Hays State in a moment.
At CDL Group of Companies, we're dedicated to providing exceptional services that power and enhance your life. From electric to HVAC, plumbing to signs, solar to generators, we've got you covered. Our team of experts is equipped with the knowledge and experience to handle any project, big or small. Whether it's transforming your living space, improving your business, or enhancing your energy efficiency, CDL is here to make it happen.
With
Farmers Auto multi-policy discount, the more policies you have with us, the more you can save on your auto insurance.
Hey, hon.
Hi, honey.
Like what?
Well, you'd get a discount for insuring your jet skis and boat, RV, life, home, and more. You could save up to 45%.
That's a whole lot of discounts.
Well, we offer coverage for a whole lot of things, and you could save a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks.
What's up, Dad?
17 car garage you got there?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Watch me. Watch me shine with every snap. Born to move fans, to cheer and clap. 2 different legs, that's how I play. One built from science to help me on the day. Between these lines, I'm all heart and muscle. Don't stare too long, you'll miss the hustle. Watch me. Pioneers in prosthetic technology at Shriners Hospitals for Children. The most amazing care anywhere.
2 minutes, 44 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. West leads with East by a score of 21-6. The injured player was Gavin Zuperku, a Shawnee County Honor Scholar. Unfortunately, was taken off, needed some help. He's going to be a major in construction science at K-State next year. So, judging by that, playing his last football game. Boy, you hate to see any player taken off the field, but we got training staff on hand, and they do a tremendous job. It's first down and 10 for the East squad. They're on 45-yard line. There's Keller Hurla looking for receivers. Got one at the 48-yard line. Behind Hurla, the East squad did have a nice little roll there for a moment. He was in the controls when they made that fumble there in the first quarter.
Detweiler with the catch there. His dad, Eric, was his high school coach, and he was one of those high school quarterbacks, had over 200 TDs passing the football. And in his state championship game, he had 7 TD passes in one game, over 200 for his career. So playing wide receiver today.
Hurl on a long count. Looked like West was at least thinking about a blitz. Johnny Martinez threatened that. On the West defensive side of it, Hurl a long count. Doesn't have much protection. This ball's going to be limped in the air. It's caught! Well, that wasn't an easy. That's not how they draw it up, but
that was like an interception by the offense. Eric Butler. It looked like the West is going to get another turnover.
Boy,
ball flying up in the air with a hit on the quarterback. It looked like there was no chance that this was going to turn out good for the East, but Butler says, look at this highlight reel catch. Waiting with concentration as the West defender had his hands in a position it looked like he was going to catch the ball. It falls through that, and Eric Butler makes the catch of the game for the East.
Braxton Lafferty was coming, had ill intent for the East quarterback, Hurla, but somehow they got the completion and got it done. First down and 10, 40-yard line for the East squad. Trailing the West by a score of 21-6. Hurla looking for receivers, now going to have to run it, and he's quickly run down. Got a yard out of it. The defensive tackle, that was Grady Seifert. He's out of Beloit. He's headed to KU. He's a guy in camp for the West squad. 3-time All-Stater, 2A Defensive Player in the Year. Also a silver medalist in the discus and the shot. That's a guy that could be a factor for the Jayhawks down the road.
Yeah, and if they need any acting capabilities, he actually was a lead in his school play.
Is that right? Well, I trust that he was. I think he's got the
Or he
talent.
may have just said, I want to be the lead, and being the biggest guy on campus, everyone says, okay, I think, yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, that's good. Second down and 9, ball at the 39-yard line for the East squad, who's trying to put on a rally here behind Keller Hurla of St. Mary's. Hurla, 35-30, gets a block, pushes outside and down to the 23-yard line.
That should have been a 15-yard penalty right there.
Yeah, I was thinking they might have gotten away with it a little bit. The West squad was trying to chase him down. It was Lafferty again.
New officiating crew for the second half. Since I was on the field, I had a chance to talk to those guys. But you watch the end of this play. If this would have been on the east sideline, there would be some coaches pointing out that he is down right there and out of bounds when he gets that last shove. That could have easily been a 15-yard penalty. or half the distance to the goal.
First down and 10, ball at the 23-yard line for the East squad. Can the East score to make this an interesting fourth quarter? Here's Butler, 20-yard line, 18, down to the 17, 230 pounds of running back.
Ball carried by number 24.
Pushing downfield, trying to get some momentum, and a nice pickup for the East squad as they continue to march toward the scoreboard.
Offensive line doing some work here, getting some power running game, quarterback run game. The East has had some success doing that tonight. Still only one touchdown. They don't need to be in a hurry. Just get this thing in the end zone. You're within one touchdown. There's plenty of time with the fourth quarter left.
All right, that running back was Jesse Greenlee, the fourth. Butler now, as he's substituted out. They're trying to keep their backs fresh of the East squad. Final 5 seconds of the third quarter. We've got a raffle coming up here. And this play was given to Butler. Eric Butler out of Latham Northwest, still on his feet, goes down to the 13-yard line and should be very close to a first down. We'll see if they mark it. The third quarter has come to a conclusion here. It is 21-6, but as Leon and B.J. Harris mentioned for us, there is a raffle that's going to be given away. It was an online raffle. It's part of the conducting the online raffle was just another unique way to raise funds for this good cause. The raffle open up on Tuesday, November 15th, ends tonight with an official unveiling of the winner just prior to the fourth quarter. 50% of the proceeds go to the winner, 50% to the Kansas Shrine Bowl. So with that all said, and then you take a look at the West squad, that has had some time since it started in November. So I, like you, am very anxious to see who this raffle winner was or is. And here we go. So hold on to your hats, folks. If you're holding this particular number, it's taking a while to cycle through it, isn't it? I can hardly breathe. Here you go. G4FKSUFA. G4FKSUFA. If you hold that ticket, you're going to win a lot of money. Congratulations to whoever holds it. We're going to take a break here. Third quarter's come to a conclusion. When we come back, can the West hold on? The West leads East 21-6 here in the 50th annual Kansas Shrine Bowl at Fort Hays State.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights. It's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Nobody can really prepare you to arrive at the house and to wake them up and to ask them if they know this person and to tell them that they've died as a result of a crash. Nothing can prepare you to hear the mother screams, to hear the father screams. All you can really do is just stand there and try not to cry yourself.
Get back in the game with the Kansas Shrine Bowl Alumni Association. We hope the Kansas Shrine Bowl had an impact on your life. Now help us continue to impact the lives of kids at Shriners Hospitals for Children. Get reconnected with the Kansas Shrine Bowl at kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni. This year we'll have special offers and events just for our alumni. Former coaches, players, and staff members. Go to kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni and complete the form.
See you in Emporia.
with Leon Liebel and Stan Weber in the booth. Mark Ewing here. Fourth quarter begins with the West leading the East by a score of 21-6. Glad to have you on board for the 50th annual Kansas Shrine Bowl. In 1974, it all began. East squad beat the West that day by a score of 16-14 in a game that was played in the University of Kansas. East squad trying to get a touchdown. It might do so here. 5 spins down to the 3. Tackle was made by the West squad's Jalen Rice.
They're starting to establish that running game. They're able to take the ball. Early in the game, they could not get it done against the West, but you see polling left guard Jacob Carver, number 76, did a nice job of pulling from left to right, opening up a gap so Eric Butler could get down close to the goal line.
Keller Hiller and his teammates on the 3-yard line. He's going to try to run it in. 3-yard line, 2-yard lines, hit there and hit hard. Hit hard by a host of defenders, including Avery Albright out of Kingman. They'll keep him out of the end zone. And that'll bring up another play at goal. West isn't going to surrender this touchdown very easily. If they do, East has a decision to make whether to go for 2. But first they got to get to the end zone.
And they just great job getting to the corner, making an attack. We talked about Albright. He's going to be a track athlete right here at Fort Hays State. Standing on the turf now a few feet away. He'll be on that track here in a month or so.
Ball's marked to the 2, so 1-yard pickup. Keller Hurla has a running back to his right side. He's going to give it to that running back. There's nothing going. Big stop made by it's Caden Miranda out of Mays makes the play. And he had help inside from Jalen Rice out of El Dorado and Mason White out of Andover Central makes the play.
And Riley Marks is there as well. Boy, they busted that into the backfield such that it's all the way back at the 5-yard line, just inside the 5. They were at the 1.5 a second ago, and now move back.
Ball marked to the 4-yard line. Yard marker says second down. I've got 3rd for this squad. They were stopped 2 times. So it's 3rd and goal. The 2nd and 4 is what it says on the graphic.
They may pick the first down up here inside the 10-yard line.
So he's got some opportunities here. Receiver runs to the outside, and here's Hurla. Hurla trying to jog inside, trying to find some space. There's not much there. The West squad corrals quickly. The ball moves to the 2-yard line.
Well, welcome to modern football, where you don't have 3 tight ends and a fullback, and you power the ball straight ahead. Everything's so spread out. You still got to dance around a little bit, get the proper angles to get into the end zone. It's hard to just get a power play and get any force behind it. Now, if anybody can do it, it might be big number 24, Eric Butler.
3rd and goal, and ball's at the 2-yard line. So that is true what it says, the graphic. 3rd down and 2. A lot of opportunities for the East squad trying to find the end zone. The back is Eric Butler at the moment. Butler's about 5 yards back of Hurla. Is going to get the ball and he's going to get wrapped up. Nothing deceptive about that at all. And guess who? Braxton Lafferty out of Little River, who played a key role in the championship win for this Little River team, makes another tackle.
Comes off the edge, beats the block just barely. Caden Leonard, the right guard, tried to get the kick out, but too much speed by number 7, Braxton Lafferty.
So we have another player injured and down on the field. Timeout is being called. While we have a timeout, get an opportunity to thank a couple of our sponsors. We like to thank our Hospital Experience presenting sponsor, Watco, a transportation supply chain services company founded right here in Kansas with locations across the country. Learn more about how they make difference every day at watco.com. The Venmo Challenge is back. Major donation of $25 or more to go to Venmo at Kansas Shrine Bowl. See your message that you've seen across the screen. Also, a special thank you to the CDL Electric Company of Companies. Based in Kansas and servicing more than 40,000 customers, CDL provides trade, railroad services, and manufacturing services across the country. CDL has been a trusted name throughout North America since 1964. Learn more at cdlelectric.com. While the injured player is down, we're going to take a break with them. The East has a 4th and goal coming up. West leads East 21-6 here in Hayes.
When sports injuries occur, the experts at Stormont Vale Health provide vital services to ensure a healthy recovery. From screening and evaluations to treatment and rehabilitation, Stormont Vale helps athletes with
getting back on the pitch,
Getting back to personal records.
Getting back in the set.
getting back on the court,
Getting you back on the field.
Stormont Vale, getting you back in the game.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights, it's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Watch me. Watch me tumble, jump, and soar. When our squad is on point, we own the floor. Dazzling stunts and dances are my jam. Pain once caused issues, but they had a plan. A life-changing grace with no surgery to fear. Activity without limits, one more reason to cheer. Watch me. Industry-leading scoliosis treatment at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
4th down and goal at the 4-yard line for the East squad, trying to punch it in and make it a ball game with 9:06 left to go in the game. This is the big play of the game. Hurla stands in pistol with the running back, Eric Butler, right behind him. Now they pull a tight formation and a rollout. Looking for a receiver, end zone, got one, touchdown. East put 6 on the scoreboard. The catch made by Luke Nigaman, and that was a perfectly executed play in the end zone catch by Luke Nigaman.
Luke's going to be happy to say, hey, Dad, I got a touchdown. Ben did in the 1997 Shrine Bowl, and that pass into the end zone on a rollout, bootleg. Nice pass by Keller Hurla.
So Nigaman with the catch. And now down 21-12 to get within a touchdown and an extra point. You would think the East squad would be going for 2, but getting 3 yards on the ground has been a tough equation for the East squad. So nothing given here, but a touchdown for Luke Nigaman makes it 21-12. Here's Kyler Hurla as this squad goes for 2, and it's a play.
Philly special.
Looking for the end zone. Thrown pass toward the end zone and incomplete. It touched the ground. Right idea. It was intended for Jarrett Norris.
They're going to give it to him.
Oh, they're going to give it a catch. The West team was lobbying for an incomplete pass, and the official actually looked at the other. It looked like he was going to signal an incomplete pass. Instead, it's a 2-point conversion, I think.
Yep, a Philly special.
Put it on the scoreboard. West leads East 21-14.
You've seen it many times where you reverse the ball after starting to the left, pitch it, and coming around the right side, you throw the ball normally to the quarterback. But that wasn't open, so he ends up making another choice. So you get a handoff. Quarterback is going to try to block, so you're going to roll out who you're looking to pass to, and he looks back inside, throws the ball up softly. Oh, it doesn't matter if it bounced or not. There's no replay. Mark, you might have had it right with the bounce.
It
was close.
Well, Detweiler threw the ball. And we always root for a close game.
He's a high school quarterback. So
and both of these teams want to win. They know the message about the charity and the goodwill, but at the end of the day, as we head to the final 9 minutes here in Hayes, they want to win this ball game. West is getting an opportunity here to answer, but the East has done what they needed to do. They took a drive and scored on a touchdown. It took a long time to get there, but a pretty good drive. In fact, the East squad just kept getting one play after another, had some interesting catches along the way. And how about that? So it's 21-14 our score here. West leads East, and the West is about to get the football back. Short kick, return coming. And gets a block, surrounded by defenders, and finally brought down at about the 28-yard line. But that's pretty good field position for the West squad. They'll take it. First down and 10 at the 28 because we got 8:44 to go. Now the East defensively wants to step up and get a stop. The West, meanwhile, has all the ideas of trying to put this one on ice if they can.
Yeah, the West traditionally has been a power running football team. Well, that's not modern football. So it's not as if they're going to try to crank out a 5-minute drive to use a lot of clock and go down and get a field goal or score. They are going to have to run their offense, and this play stopped completely by the East pursuit.
Boy, and Kenyon McMillan got it, and you could see as he was heading toward the sideline, he was trying to hit the brakes. He knows if he runs out of bounds, the clock is going to stop, which it does with 8:38 to go. First down play, not much for the West squad. The East does what it needed to do defensively to get a long opportunity on 2nd down and 10 as Keenan, Schartz, and McMillan look to the sideline.
Turnovers have hurt the East tonight. They've turned it over 3 times, but they've had the ball double the amount of time of possession of the West. They've run many more plays, and their defense right now is fresh and has some momentum.
Schartz is going to keep it, calls his own number, trying to avoid a defender wrapped up, brought down the 30-yard line. The East, in fact, would love to get a play here and some roughhousing after it. Schartz wanted a penalty. And so the crowd did it.
Now the All-Star game has turned into some emotional football all of a sudden.
There's Schartz up the middle. And watch the play at the end. As Cooper Hike out of Nemaha Central. It looked like he was using Keenan Schartz to kind of get himself back up. Meanwhile, it's 3rd down and 8. Big play coming.
Hike's a big guy.
He
Throwing
is a big
him
guy.
down, 225 pounds, a 2A player.
Schartz stands back his own 25. 3 receivers, top portion of your screen. And they're trying to set up a receiver screen. Up to the 35-yard line. Nice hit on the end of it. And a 4th down play is coming up, and it appears the East squad is going to get the football back. Catch was made by Noah Kokar, who's been a factor here in the second half, but a 4th down play coming, and Schartz likely is going to line up for his own pooch kick. We'll see.
4th time the West has been forced to 3 and out and having to punt in this game. So it's either been a really nice drive or stopped immediately has been the sequencing.
We'll see what Schartz does here. We just saw the pooch kick attempt earlier by Mason McGavran of the East squad. And the East would love to get their hand on it now. Schartz steps back a little bit. He gets the ball off very quickly. Nice job of that.
But that didn't go very far.
No, bounced it out of bounds. And so if you're the East squad and you're down a touchdown, get it to the 41 you like to have. We're going to take a break here. West leads the East. Can the East rally? We're going to find out when we come back to Hayes. It's 21-14 West in front.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights. It's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Watch me. Watch me shine with every snap. Born to move fans, to cheer and clap. 2 different legs, that's how I play. One built from science to help me on the day. Between these lines, I'm all heart and muscle. Don't stare too long, you'll miss the hustle. Watch me. Pioneers in prosthetic technology at Shriners Hospitals for Children. The most amazing care anywhere.
The 50th edition rolled into Hayes with their lineup featuring the best of the best in Kansas. In games played here, the West has won 3 of the 4 games. The East won the last game played here 2015 by a 21-0 score. Looks like it's snowing here, but there are insects in the air here at Fort Hays State. East ready to get after it. First down and 10, ball at the 41-yard line. Two receivers to the near side of the field. East squad, which put together a piecemeal drive to find the end zone, would love to do the same here. Here's Hurla. Hurla looking for receivers, got one wide open, 45-yard line. That was a nicely executed play and a 14-yard pickup. Catch was made by Jason Greenlee, the fourth, who just sat there and waited on the play to come his direction.
Hurla rolling out, really is on fire right now throwing the football, and what a great job of catching 2 feet in. You only need one in high school, and then falling over and into West territory. East goes down by 1 score.
Well, that's what the East needed, to try to find some rhythm. Now, can they do it two plays in a row here? This time a 3-receiver set. Tight end is in the ball game. And a jet sweep faked. As Hurla keeps it, he's going to get a couple of yards. So thought about it, at least for a moment. Isaac Detweiler was on his way around.
They're letting Keller Hurla in the ball game now, down after down. He is really locked in and in a rhythm. Remember, they played 3 quarterbacks a lot in the first half interchangeably.
Now, Keller Hurla, I'll get a moment after this play, second down and 8. He has got a drive for the ages in his high school career. I'll tell you about it in just a moment. Second down and 8. Gets down, keeps it. First down, 35, stumbles forward to the 33-yard line, move the chains forward. East is on the move. The drive I was alluding to in a high school state championship game, he set up a 99-yard drive. They were 1st and 10 at their own 1-yard line and pushed it 99 yards to the touchdown. That's his play for the ages, as Keller Hurla. And you know what else? He's the class president. He was.
That was against Inman, right?
That's correct.
Well, he played high school football, basketball, baseball, track, and golf.
Yeah, he's one of the rare. There's not too many 5-sport, and not only did he play it, but he's all-state in at least 2 of the 5. First down and 10, ball at the 33-yard line. Hurla. Hurla grabs the football, goes to the end zone. The catch is made down to the 1-yard line. Down to the 1-yard line, the catch made by the East squad's Jarrett Norris. He's been trying to get loose. He finally did so, and a nice catch made. First down and goal for the East squad. They're only down a touchdown with a great opportunity here.
Looking deep, nice throw by Hurla. Norris almost gets into the end zone.
We'll see if the East can push it in. 5:34 to go in the fourth quarter, down by a score. Hurla sets the offense, has one back behind him, and now audibles him to the right side. Going to give to the back, scoots forward, tries to find the end zone. Touchdown, East squad, and they're back within a single point. Eric Butler scores on a 1-yard punch into the end zone, and the East has come all the way back to come within a single point.
Does not take them very long to go 59 yards. Short punt set this up. Hurla running, throwing, and then handing it off to the big guy, Eric Butler. And now they have a chance to kick the PAT or tie, or do they go for 2 and say, we want nothing to do with a tie? Remember, Clint Ryder was a part of a tie last year as an assistant coach.
Yeah, I wonder.
He may say, I don't want anything to do with a tie.
Right now, the kicking team is on the sideline. They missed a point after early in the game. Down, up by a single point. Keller Hurla goes to work, trying to look at 2-point conversion to take the lead. Going to keep it. Go to the end zone. Passes toward the end zone, incomplete. Defended in the end zone. The throw was high. And the West holds on to a 1-point lead with 5:22 to go. Just could not find an open receiver in the end zone. Could Keller Hurla, but a nice effort.
50-50 type plays, 2-point conversions. So many fans say you got to go for 2 in this situation and that situation because they assume you make every one. You don't. It's a game of inches. East still has a lot of momentum. Can their defense come out and get another quick stop with 5:22 left? East a couple of touchdowns in a row, getting 14 points, but still 1 behind.
Well, the Kansas Shrine Bowl is certainly the culmination over a year of preparation. Executive Director B.J. Harris, who you've heard from a couple of times during the telecast, works with the Shriners of Kansas to arrange for 9 days of intensive training on part of the players and coaches to get ready. And tonight in Hayes, some of the state's finest athletes are meeting head-to-head in a friendly battle that benefits the Shriners Hospitals for Children in a game which looked like it would be one-sided for a moment. It certainly turned into a game to watch. 21-20, West leads East by a single point. East will be kicking off to the West. West returners And they've had a couple of returns so far. Ty Smith, Kenyon McMillan, Malachi Rogers.
What do you do if you're the West offensive coordinator right now? How much do you open up your offense and say, we're spread, let's go? Mark Sanbo from Salinas Central. How about head coach Tony Crow? Again, you cannot lean on let's just power run the football unless that offensive line really starts getting after it.
Boy, a high pooch kick. Returns coming from the 15-yard line, trying to find the edge in the end zone, and Weiss does a nice job. That high-angled kickoff. And the West team will take over first down and 10. Looks like it's going to be.
How about Landon
25-yard line. Yep.
He played high school quarterback. Do you realize he wants to have a white-tail deer farm?
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's a new one. Good for him.
He had 8,174 yards of total offense on offense, 116 touchdowns. And he's a state champion at javelin, so he can do a lot of things as well. They're making a tackle. Can he make another play for the East to get the ball back?
5:18 to go. Ball at the 21-yard line. First down and 10. Manhattan High quarterback Keenan Schartz sets the offense with three receivers at the top side of your screen. Give us to McMillan. McMillan takes the turn. 30-yard line, stumbles forward. Gets to the 34. Had he kept his footing, chased down from behind by Kel Hammerschmidt. Had he kept his footing, that would have been a big gainer.
Well, it's the most green grass we've seen in a running game for West in a while. Just up inside the defender, Ty Weber going around the backfield side is unable to touch him, and so he was able to get to the outside, get some green grass, and keep the clock running.
This is where Schartz is really good. He knows exactly where the play clock is.
And there's still 20 seconds left, so you just take your time, snap the ball with about 1 or 2 seconds on the clock every time.
Gives his signal, pounds his chest. This is the coach's kid. He is well aware of time and presence. That's why he directed his squad to a 6A championship on situations just like this. And here he is, looking for receivers. Got one. 40-yard line, pulled in. And alertly, the receiver stays in bounds to keep the clock moving. Catch was made by Ty Smith of Circle. He's had a pretty nice night.
Well, if you can just throw the ball a little bit to make them think that you might throw, then you can lean back on the passing game. Good, safe throw to the outside. Nice job reaching his hands up, making a catch. Going to Missouri Southern to play Division II football. Ty Smith, they'll be playing against Washburn, Fort Hays State, teams in the MIAA.
And another 30 seconds. There's 26 seconds as I speak on the play clock. And I'll bet the West team's going to take every second they can. Meanwhile, those down linemen for the East squad just trying to give it as much as they can. Here's a jet sweep given forward in a couple of yards.
You have to decide, do you want to keep your team in rhythm? Those offensive linemen think you're about ready to start. You've been practicing at a rhythm. Can you really hold them for an extra 15 seconds? He didn't. He snapped the ball with 15 seconds left on the clock. East has 3 timeouts, so they're going to have to start deciding how they're going to handle this situation. Clint Ryder is looking out there, and if the West runs the clock like they are and are able to get another first down, they're going to put a lot of pressure on this game. So this time, the coordinator does the work. So he didn't get the play in as quickly. He waited till there was less than 15 seconds so that the players could stay in more of a normal rhythm and still snap the ball late in the play clock.
Jake Proctor of Heston on the sweep. Pickup of 2 yards makes it second down and 8. And here's McMillan. He's going to get corralled.
East might want to use a timeout right here.
Bobby Trujillo on a negative yardage play. This would be a good time to call timeout. East does exactly that. You called it right, Stan. They're going to use the first of their 3 timeouts. With 3:05 to go.
Don't let them burn 40 seconds here when it's 3rd and long. Now you have a slight advantage. Now with the use of a timeout by the East, you might see the West say, let's throw it. We believe in Keenan Schartz. He's a coach's kid. He'll be safe with the football. The West hasn't turned it over. And he's thrown the ball well tonight. Likely to be the MVP for the West squad because he's thrown it for a very high percentage tonight. So you could go ahead and throw the football. If it's incomplete, you say, okay, yeah, we stopped the clock. But you're not going to burn much time anyway because if you have a play that doesn't make a first down, they're going to call timeout again.
Right.
So you start, by the East using a timeout, the West can now say, let's just think about getting a first down. Don't worry about the clock.
All right, they break the huddle on the East side. West still talking about it offensively. It gives me a moment to thank another sponsor, Farmers Insurance, Leah Smith Agency, proud to be the tailgate partner of the Kansas Shrine Bowl. Leah and her team are committed to supporting the communities they serve. Thank you, Leah Smith Agency, for their effort this weekend, helping to make our event such a success. And also thank you to Fort Hays State University for supporting the Kansas Shrine Bowl. Partners like Fort Hays State are how we've been successful for 50 years. Thank you, Tigers. So here we go. 21-20 is our score. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. The clock was reset following the timeout. So about 13 more seconds. It had been down to 3:02. So 3rd down and 8.
They flex out their tight end, so you basically got a 4-wide set here. If you look down here to the closest side on the screen, you got 3 receivers, and the defender at the corner is up near the wide receiver, but the 2 slot guys, the tight end and the slot receiver, they don't have many defenders around them. They're playing off, so there's room to run a combination route down here to the left side.
There's Will Ancio. He's one of those receivers.
See how the defenders are off about 10 yards off the ball?
3rd down and 8. Give to the running back, goes to midfield, very close to the first down marker, is going to get down. It's going to be a 4th down and 1 coming up, and a quick timeout called by the East squad. So I saw Clint Reiner literally jump in the official's back pocket to call the timeout. So a break coming, and that ate up only 5 seconds on the clock, but a nice run by McMillan. It's going to be a short 4th and 1, 4th and a couple.
So they choose not to pass the football. This is a unique situation. The analytics people love talking about the probabilities right now. East has already used timeouts, so it's 4th down and 2. If you can make those 2 yards from a West perspective, you get the first down, and now you can really burn a lot of clock.
Boy, yeah.
And some people would say, why don't you try to win the game right now while you're on offense? Now, the other side of it, if you don't make it, the East gets great field position. They're near the 50-yard line, and all they need is a field goal. Uh-oh. In this all-star game football, the field goal kickers aren't Butler from the Chiefs, okay?
Right.
And they're not just going to easily drive 20 yards and kick a field goal. So you say, well, it's not that much of a risk. But you also could say, I don't think the East can drive 70, 80, 90 yards against us, against our defense, so we're going to punt. It's an interesting situation, but the analytics would all say try to win the game on offense with this play, and even if you don't make it, the other team's still got to go 53 yards to beat you.
Well, we're going to see what's going to happen. I will tell you this. Keep in mind that on the strategy front, both of these teams had 7 days of practice.
But every assistant coach is really a head coach.
Oh, you know they are.
So there's some good information flowing.
Here we go. People on their feet here. 4th down and 1 for the West squad. If they get a first down, this game is probably over. The East defense trying to settle in and make a stop here. Sharts, who stands 5 yards behind his center, has a running back to his left side. Now puts a receiver in motion. He's going to try to run to that side. Sharts trying to turn the corner, moves forward, and he's going to be stopped at midfield. Sharts has been stopped by the East defense. Among those on the play, Bobby Trujillo, along with his teammate Kel Hammerschmidt and Jamil Williams out of Lansing. East has the football down by a single point, and they'll have the ball at midfield.
For the 3rd time tonight, the East defense stuffs the West on 4th down. How about Nathan Vincent from Lewisburg, an Iowa State track future athlete, is there making maybe his last tackle of his all-time football career on 4th down. Number 51 gives the East the football at the 49-yard line.
21-20 is our score. West leads East at 1 point, 21-6. The West was in control of this football game. The East has come back with 2 touchdown drives. And now an opportunity here, and guess who? Keller Hurla is in the ball game. He stands back at his 44-yard line, 50 yards between him and the end zone. And Hurla under pressure. Lafferty trying to get to him. Incomplete pass. No, scooped up by the West squad at midfield. Incomplete.
It could have been called a fumble, but there's no instant replay.
Yeah, and the official quickly was in to wave it off.
Is that a magnet that Jalen Rice has? I mean, the ball goes to him fast. Let's see if he threw the football or not. Boy, that might have been a fumble. There is no instant replay. We cannot change the call, so the East catches a big break.
Well, here we go. 2nd down. Nobody's left the stadium yet. It's been a long day for everyone, but they're here to watch this to the end. 2nd down and 10 for the 50-yard line. East escapes trouble and an opportunity to reset. The back is Jesse Greenlee, the 4th. He's on the left shoulder of Keller Hurla. A 4-receiver set, 3 receivers this top portion. Ball is received, 40-yard line. Nice catch is made down to the 38. It's going to be 1st and 10. East is on the move with 2:52 to go. Catch was made by Malik Oatis out of Shawnee Mission Northwest. He's had a nice game.
How about an RPO right there? Unblocked guys in his face, and he fires the ball to Malik Oatis. He played one game as a Wildcat quarterback. Didn't throw the ball. Oatis ran the ball for 400 yards that night. Just said, we're not passing the football, but man, he can catch it.
Well, it could be a factor here. First down and 10 for the East squad. Hurla trying to follow a block, gets wrapped up and brought down to the 35-yard line. Pick up about 4 yards. Tackle was made by Caden Miranda of Mays. He's 6'2", 246, headed to Pitt State. He was a Kansas top 33 selection. He makes a nice play for the West team, and the West team trying to keep the East out of the end zone. He's trying to get the line of scrimmage, trying to make the West breathe a little bit of oxygen here.
A field goal could win this game, but how much confidence do they have in their kicking game?
Here's the give. 40-yard line, makes a move and falls. Back to the 41-yard line. This is going to be a loss of 6 yards.
He got hurt, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like he fell down. Just lost his footing. In on the play, Jalen Rice from El Dorado once again. I'm not sure he made the clean tackle, but he at least made the back run backwards. And just flat out lost his footing there.
The old turf monster got him. Clock running, 1:30 left in this game. Third down, you're going to be able to use 2 downs.
Hurla can throw. Remember the big play just a few moments ago. Here's Hurla. Hurla's going to get sacked and brought down to the 45-yard line. Huge play. Once again, Jalen Rice led the charge on the blitz. And a 4th down play is coming up for the East squad and likely the ball game.
And that linebacker has played outstanding tonight, as big number 71 Grady Seifert has as well. But even trying to hold it, not enough for Jalen Rice. Coming around the edge, making a play. And it's 4th down, timeout on the field.
So timeout called by the East squad. They're going to go ahead and use their final timeout of the ball game. It comes with 1 minute, 12 seconds, 72 seconds on the clock. We're going to take a break here. 21-20. East has another opportunity. We'll find out what happens when we come back to Hayes.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights. It's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
When sports injuries occur, the experts at Stormont-Vail Health provide vital services to ensure a healthy recovery. From screening and evaluations to treatment and rehabilitation, Stormont-Vail helps athletes with
getting back on the pitch,
Getting back to personal records.
Getting back in the set.
getting back on the court,
Getting you back on the field.
Stormont-Vail, getting you back in the game.
Get back in the game with the Kansas Shrine Bowl Alumni Association. We hope the Kansas Shrine Bowl had an impact on your life. Now help us continue to impact the lives of kids at Shriners Hospitals for Children. Get reconnected with the Kansas Shrine Bowl at kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni. This year we'll have special offers and events just for our alumni. Former coaches, players, and staff members, go to kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni and complete the form.
Watch me roll, grind, and spin. Playgrounds for wheels, that's always a win. One with my chair, but never held back. I do things sitting down, most people standing can't hack. Some might say my condition was fate. My doctors would tell you I'm just redefining great. Watch me. Life-changing orthopedic excellence at Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
4th down and 17. West leads the East by a score of 21-20. Keller Hurla knows exactly what is in front of him. He needs to find the first down marker at least, and it's all the way down at the 28-yard line. Crowd is on there. West. All right, so West calls a timeout. Gives us an opportunity to talk about it one more time. During this crucial part of the ball game, knowing that these coaches are all head coaches and knowing that they're all trying to play on the same system, this is what they talk about. Hey, when they get together back in January, when they know that their coaches, hey, what do we want to do in a 4th down and long. What do we want to do in a goal line situation? They kind of set the stage, knowing that, probably half the scenarios that they try to plan out probably aren't going to happen.
Yeah, this gives the East a chance to be definitive. Remember when they had a 4th down near the goal line and their first touchdown of the game? We said you could talk about certain things like just run down to this point, like schoolyard football, and they can do that again here. They need to get back inside the 30-yard line to the 28. The West decided to line up a lot of guys, 3 defenders at that point, and say, if it's in front of you, you're going to be fine. But the last time that they needed to throw the ball, the quarterback on a 4th down with nothing to lose scored a touchdown by saying, I'm just going to fire the ball to this spot and we'll throw it high with confidence. And what happened? Oatis went up and made the catch. So that is a guy who was able to make a big catch earlier in the game. Sometimes 4th down plays are easier than 3rd down plays for the quarterback. You say, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to fire the ball with confidence toward the 1st down marker.
Josh Herman near sideline. Had to pick the football off the ground. He's going to get sacked in this game, and for the most part, it's over. Guess who made the play? Lafferty once again from small school, Little River, academic honor roll, Kansas scholar, 8-man one. Sports in Kansas, 8-man player of the year on offense and defense. Braxton Lafferty brings down Keller Hurla, and with it, probably the last chance for the East team in the ball game.
Big time rush after a snap that did not come back cleanly. That delay gave enough time for Lafferty to come off the edge. And one of the fun things for me is you go to a Shrine Bowl and you see some players are going Division I, and a lot of players here are going Division II, playing high-level MIAA football. But it's fun to watch these guys talk to the coaches and say, who surprised you that may be able to play even at a higher level than they've been put into? Braxton Lafferty's going to Fort Hays State, and the coach is like,
what a winner.
He is really good for being a player from 8-man Division I. And he not only showed up in practice, he made big plays all night long. Remember the 4th down stop to start the game? There was a sack. Now they're going to be able to kneel.
Players of the game. So
the winners have just a great time. I mean, everything about the week is memorable. The friendships, the football, the relationships with coaching staff and all-stars and everything else. But the great thing about this Shrine Bowl, if you're on the losing team, you do not feel upset because you know this event has been so great, and you saw the Shriners kids up close and personal. It changes you, and it definitely will make a difference for that East squad. First time ever wearing all white uniforms. They come up just short. It was an amazing comeback by that group, though. Remember, it looked like they were going to be behind 21-0, but a penalty made it and a pass that was not a good touchdown, and suddenly they're down by 14 with no momentum, and all they did is fought back and were the better team for the last part of the second quarter. Throughout the second half, the East was amazing, but they find a way on the West squad, and the man who lives like, what, 1 mile from here?
Yeah.
Tony Crow lives about 1 mile from the dorms, and the West team that stayed in Hayes, he stayed with the team. So he has seen his little kids some, but he hasn't been staying in his own bed tonight. He's going to sleep well after the West celebrates together. And after this game, the families will take their sons and say, hey, let's head back to a hotel, have a good time. But great job, East. Great job, players, and especially B.J. Harris did an amazing job.
We're going to take the PA, and we're going to find the announcement on the field for the most valuable player. That's Keller Hurla from the East squad. We'll take it down the field.
East MVP award goes to St. Mary's Keller Hurla.
Hurla 9 of 11 tonight for 103 yards and 2 touchdowns.
His longest pass, 30 yards. He was sacked a couple of times, but was in on the field for the critical time of that last part of the ball game. And now let's go back down the field to hear what the West MVP is.
Sharts.
Keenan, 16 of 18 throwing the football. Very efficient night tonight, leading his ball club, and he also had a touchdown run in a close ball game.
Yeah, and his 2 incomplete passes, he had to throw them. They were actually pretty athletic trying to get it out of bounds. We're going to take a break here. We come back, maybe we'll hear a final word from Stan and I and wrap up the 50th Kansas Shrine Bowl. Once again, the final, West 21, East 20. We return to Hayes in just a moment.
Nobody can really prepare you to arrive at the house and to wake them up and to ask them if they know this person and to tell them that they've died as a result of a crash. Nothing can prepare you to hear the mother screams, to hear the father screams. All you can really do is just stand there and try not to cry yourself.
At CDL Group of Companies, we're dedicated to providing exceptional services that power and enhance your life. From electric to HVAC, plumbing to signs, solar to generators, we've got you covered. Our team of experts is equipped with the knowledge and experience to handle any project, big or small. Whether it's transforming your living space, improving your business, or enhancing your energy efficiency, CDL is here to make it happen.
On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. Commonplace has no place here. Every project we touch is a challenge to show up and show out. It's not about bragging rights, it's about doing it right. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Watch me. Watch me tumble, jump, and soar. When our squad is on point, we own the floor. Dazzling stunts and dances are my jam. Pain once caused issues, but they had a plan. A life-changing brace with no surgery to fear. Activity without limits, one more reason to cheer. Watch me. Industry-leading scoliosis treatment at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Well, from Scott City to Shawnee Mission and from Holton to Heston, the hometown high schools of the Kansas Shrine Bowl All-Stars represented the flavor of the Kansas gridiron landscape from east to west, and our 50th version of the game has come to a conclusion. The West defeating the East by a score of 21-20 on the field. Final goodbyes And team shots for the winners from the West squad. We salute them. Stan, good ball game. It was 21-6 at one point. It looked like the West was about to put it away when the East came back, got a touchdown from Luke Nigaman, a 4-yard pass from Keller Hurla, and really looked like they put themselves in the ball game back within a touchdown of 21-14. And then Eric Butler had a 2-yard run. It was a 1-point ball game, and we really saw one for the books. The 50th one was really a tribute to both of these teams who put together an exciting game.
Well, it's an amazing game because the East had the ball for 66 plays to only 47 for the West. Had the football for 30.5 minutes compared to 17.5. So they did so many things well, but guess what? Turnovers are such a big part of football. 3 turnovers in the ball game. They also got stopped on 4th down a couple of times, and that 2-point conversion, a very aggressive, modern way of thinking. Kicking game not really reliable. Get down there, you finally catch up, and it's 21-20. What do you choose to do? Let's go for 2. Try to make a play. Hurla has been so good for the East throwing, but overthrows his receiver deep in the end zone, and the West holds on with a 21-20 victory. What's amazing, it's another close game. Last year was a tie. We've done this so many times, 23 times together. We've seen so many close games, so you would not believe what I'm about to say. The West just won their 13th game of the last 18. They're 13-4-1 with a new group of players every year.
Right.
But somehow, some way, they have the fight, and they have found a way to win. 13-4-1 in the last 18 games. East last win, 2018. Last year we had a tie. 50 years of Shrine Bowl football. Man, it has been awesome. For everyone in the state of Kansas who's ever been to one of these games, watched one of these games, contributed in any way to make these games happen, especially you Shriners, thank you so much. What a great tradition we have on our hands. And I love the fact, being a football guy, we kick off the football season with real tackle football right here in this game every year.
Well, the 51st Kansas Shrine Bowl, presented by Mammoth, will be held on Saturday, June 29th, 2024 at Welch Stadium on the campus of Emporia State. It'll be the first time since 2016 that the game will be played in Emporia. Certainly an honor for us to work the games as we have. And Stan, great to work with you once again. And we had 23 of these in the book together. How about that?
Yeah, Mark, it's been a lot of fun going to Emporia for our 6th time. And you know what Emporia's saying? That's one more than Hayes. So there's a little competition around the state when you get into these Division II football stadiums.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Emporia State's like, hey, we'll bring on number 6. Cannot wait for it to happen. Great football tonight. Hope those 2 guys that were injured end up being okay. That'd be the only downer for the night. But what a competitive football game at high level. Passing the football well. Defenses did not miss tackles. You see that? There weren't missed assignments. There weren't missed tackles. There weren't penalties very often. The West will say, hey, there was one giant one. But other than that, I thought it was very clean, well-played, all-star football.
Before we go, we wish to send a warm thank you to a number of folks who have helped with the telecast. The City of Hayes for its hospitality, and Fort Hays State University for the use of its facilities. Kansas Shrine Bowl Executive Director B.J. Harris and staff members Bryce and Whitney Kelser. Our media coordinator was Justin Burris. The game's public address announcer was Steve Genovan. We thank telecast director Mike Nelson, technical director Paul Nelson, and their crew. What a night they had. Once again, our final score: West 21, East 20 for Leon Liebel and Stan Weber. This is Mark Ewing saying thanks for watching and good night from Hayes.
Watch me. Watch me shine with every snap. Born to move fans, to cheer and clap. 2 different legs, that's how I play. One built from science to help me on the day. Between these lines, I'm all heart and muscle. Don't stare too long, you'll miss the hustle. Watch me. Pioneers in prosthetic technology at Shriners Hospitals for Children. The most amazing care anywhere.
Get back in the game with the Kansas Shrine Bowl Alumni Association. We hope the Kansas Shrine Bowl had an impact on your life. Now help us continue to impact the lives of kids at Shriners Hospitals for Children. Get reconnected with the Kansas Shrine Bowl at kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni. This year we'll have special offers and events just for our alumni. Former coaches, players, and staff members, go to kansasshrinebowl.com/alumni and complete the form.